Good evening. Welcome to the August 26th, 2024 meeting of the Grafton Planning Board. Begin the meeting with a roll call of the members. We have two members participating remotely. Justin Wood.
Present.
Bob Hassinger.
I'm here.
Andrea Bresnahan.
Here.
Prabhu Venkatraman.
I'm here.
David Robbins is here. Greg Dalamole is here.
Here.
Rather than me stating you here, let me call your name and you can acknowledge what you did.
Here, yes.
Acknowledge that you were here. Also present are staff Fiona Coughlin
Here.
and Natalia Allward.
Present.
We will begin the meeting with our first agenda item, public input. But before I do that, just as a formality, since I don't seem to have an overcrowding problem here just now, but we are set up with conference room F as an overflow room. Should we get a crowd in here that exceeds 48, which is the legal capacity of this room, we are set up to handle an overflow in conference room F upstairs, just in case. So our first agenda item, as always, is public input. If anybody has anything to bring to the board's attention that is not on the agenda for this evening, now would be the time to raise your hand either in the room or on Zoom and make your concerns known. I see no hands raised, so let's move on to our action items. The first action item being an approval not required at 23 George Hill Road. Fiona,
Sure.
lead that off.
All right. So this application for an A&R is pretty standard. The applicant submitted the application on the 20th of August, appearing tonight for approval. They are planning to split essentially number 23 George Hill Road into two lots designated on the plans as lots 12.A.1 and 12.A.2. 12.A.1 will be the new configuration of number 23. Let me pull up the map. That would probably help, huh? Okay. So you can see in the locus map here the final configuration, but number 23, which is 12.A.1, the final configuration is this, what's proposed here, the square, and then the remainder of the lot, 12.A.2, will be conveyed to lot 13 designated on this plan, which is number 25. Yeah, it's no, 12 lot 12.A.2 back here is not a building lot, and both numbers 23 and 25 George Hill Road will have single family homes that meet the minimum zoning requirements for the district that they're in, which is an agricultural district. It's denoted on the plans. I didn't have an issue with this application. I went back and forth with the applicant's engineer on some minor kind of administrative things, but I had them denote septic and well on the plans, which you can see here. It's really just it's a requirement of our regs, but that was turned around. Other than that, it meets the requirements, applicable requirements of Chapter 41, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the board. I do believe there's a representative present.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay,
Yep.
if you'd like to.
Yeah, if anybody has any questions.
Well, does anybody have a question?
Yes. Any questions from the board? Any comments? Hearing none. No questions, comments from the board. No questions that we're going to ask you to answer, apparently.
Okay.
All right.
So,
I'll
motion might be in order.
I'll move the board finds approval is not required and direct staff to do the appropriate documentation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Wood,
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger,
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan,
Aye.
Mr. Venkataraman,
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. Fiona will take care of the paperwork for you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yep, good.
Next action item. Draft decision on the request for a special permit for sign relief at 3 Maroney Road. So, anything you want to
I'll
take
give my
us through
spiel.
on the
Yeah.
draft decision?
Sure. So, the board, will recall we closed the public hearing for, the special permit application for a freestanding sign and relief from the dimensional requirements in the agricultural zone. We, I believe that there was a question at the time of just making sure that the classifications all line up in the drafted decision. I believe I handled that here. I'm happy to, talk through anything specific in terms of that particular piece or any other questions that the board may have, but I didn't have any comments here or anything that I felt needed to be flagged for the board other than just confirming that I referenced the correct sections for relief that the board wanted me to based on the bylaw. Yeah, I think that there was one at the bottom of the draft. I'm sorry. I had two comments on condition 4. Just a note for the board to discuss that I didn't believe that we could enforce this particular condition for a nonprofit school because it's not a commercial building or an industrial building in a commercial or industrial district. There was discussion of this during the public hearing about the sign being illuminated and kind of why it's illuminated and that if it would comply here. So I think that the board will need to just give some direction on that.
Remind me, I didn't remember that the restriction on lighting was limited to certain districts. It never comes up that way.
Right. The wording of the regulation in the zoning bylaw is that there are constraints on the hours of illumination for signs associated with a store, business, or industrial building. So that's the wording. And the nonprofit
Alright.
school is it's not found under the business use classification in the use table. So
Well,
it's questionable whether
get
strictly
rid of
speaking.
C4.
The one point I wanted to bring up was that although we didn't notice this or didn't talk about it during the public hearing, as a nonprofit educational institution, Touchstone, the regulations for signs for Touchstone falls under Section 4432, which allows a freestanding sign up to 12 square feet in any zone. So that is the regulation, the applicable regulation for the size. And because they are requesting a 24 square foot sign, so they are asking for relief. It's just, we suggest that the decision should be clear that it's Section 4432, which is the size regulation from which they're requesting relief.
Do you have the wording there about how you measure the size of a sign?
Yes. The sign I was looking at, there is the display area of a sign, which is distinguished from the sign structure. And the display area is that portion that contains the wording, the words.
Yeah. But is it the structure or the display area that's regulated?
Well, both. The display area, the square footage of the sign is regulating the display area. The height limit is regulating the height of the entire structure.
So, I take it that C5 is okay, C4 is not.
Yeah, the wording of C5 is consistent with section 4421, subparagraph 5.
I think that limitation should be, and I'm always thought it did apply everywhere. Not supposed to have the lights shining in people's eyes and whatnot.
Right. Yeah, C5 seems entirely appropriate. It's consistent with the zoning bylaw.
Okay. Let's move along.
Mr. Chair, if I may, so just so I'm clear, C4 is being, we're striking C4. C5 can remain because it aligns with our general bylaw requirements, and I will modify the findings to include the reference to the section about the relief from the 12-foot square footage.
And you'll renumber the rest of the,
Yes, and then I'll renumber the rest of them.
And then the other note is this decision should reference my Mullen certificate.
Yes.
oh, didn't that get, I
That-
sent a
That's
message.
on the materials, this is not in the decision.
Yeah,
Yes.
I sent a message about some of that over the weekend. All right, well,
Any other comments from the board?
All right.
Hearing none.
I move we approve the draft as written and discussed, with the modifications as discussed, with favorable findings as necessary throughout the
Second.
decision.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Wood,
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger,
aye,
Ms. Bresnahan,
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman,
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. Fiona will take care of the finalizing all the paperwork and getting it processed as appropriate. All right, next. We have one more action item, the draft decision on the request for modification of the plan approval at 8 Pine Street. And as we discussed, this is extending the dates and memorializing the phasing plan.
Mr. Chair, that's correct. So, this is, just the final version of that, request for the deadline extension. We had a discussion about correlating the, extension request with the, with the feedback that we received from the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, which is in my memo, uploaded to the record. So that would require the deadline to be extended through June 2025 and not July, as previously requested. Other than that, I don't have any comments in here. I outlined kind of why we move forward with the 11th month timeline versus the full year. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions about anything specific.
Yeah, the only comment I had on this was that the associate member is never eligible to vote on a project plan approval, so you should be left off with the record of vote.
the, where is the correct or corrected date, revised date? Trying to find, cause
I think that's C3,
C,
condition 3,
oh, F,
and
oh, condition
to an extent, condition 1 as well.
okay. I'm ready.
My only other piece is Mullen again.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, let's
That's all right.
include Justin as Mullen on the list of exhibits. And for the record, this, according to our zoning bylaw, requires a supermajority vote to approve.
Yep. And I'll move that we approve this decision and find favorably along the decision.
Can I just have one question quickly? Does this include any kind of communication with us in the meantime? So I understand that's the allowable extension, but do they have to come and give an update, in 6 months, or is there any way that we can request that? Because just 11 months to come back right at the end of that, it seems like a long time.
Yeah, sure. I don't have anything, Greg, in here about coming back and checking in, and I don't, if the board wanted to consider that, I think that would be reasonable. There's nothing in the bylaw that requires them to have to come back, but yeah, I'm happy to include something so that we can get kind of a check-in. I do make a point to regularly reach out to the applicant, but if we need something more formalized for the board as presented during meetings, we can do that.
My only hesitation to doing that from my seat is just the fact that as a possibility wasn't brought up during the public hearing itself. It is to an extent our purview, so I wouldn't hold up my vote on if the rest of the board wanted to do that, but that's my feeling.
I'm not sure. I think it's more like 10 months, isn't it?
Yeah, at this stage, yeah.
10 months. Hopefully you'll find out what's going on and let us know if there's anything going on.
If I may, Greg, I'll make a point to just include that in my staff reports and just keep it, keep everybody updated.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I don't feel compelled to include something like that as a condition. If we were looking at something like a 3-year extension, I might think it'd be meaningful to have like an annual touch base, but we're looking at a 10-month deadline there. If they need to extend that further, they'll be coming back to us before that 10 months expires.
Yeah, we do that with subdivisions, don't we?
Yep.
As a rule.
So I do have a motion on the
Extend
floor.
1
I
year
haven't
at a
had a
time.
second.
Yeah.
And that gives us essentially the coming back.
Right, Justin made a motion. Is there a second?
Yes.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Wood,
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger,
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan.
Aye.
What?
I think I heard an aye there. Mr. Venkatraman.
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. Fiona will process the paperwork out from here. Alrighty. Next on our agenda, discussion items, fall town meeting zoning bylaw amendments. Let's pick up on the one we discussed last time.
Mr.
The
Chair?
mixed use in neighborhood business and community business, Justin?
I'm just looking at the time that we have left before 7:30, and that the 3B discussion item is involving a member of the public who is here. Did you want to bring that up first instead of the zoning bylaws?
If the board is agreeable to that, we can do that.
I'm agreeable.
Okay. So we'll defer further discussion of those zoning bylaw amendments until such time as we have available time to do that, which may come after the public hearings. Alrighty, so this is a follow-up on the Mr. Kaufman's request to the planning board regarding issuance of a cure notice for the Gristmill Village subdivision. And if I may suggest that, knowing that this is approaching a determination of completeness, which will lead to the town, the developer handing over the subdivision ways and utilities and rights of way to the town, that rather than looking back at what has or has not been done, I would suggest that the focus going forward should be on the transfer of this responsibility to the town, and in particular understanding what the town will and will not do as they take over this. And I think if nothing else, it needs to be clearly understood what the town will and will not do here. And if there are any changes to be made, I would suggest that the changes need to be made in consultation with both the abutter here and the developer and the town, because the town is going to be taking responsibility for this. So, Lee?
Sure. Thank you. So, yes, as Ms. Coughlin mentioned, the developer is looking to put in for a completeness.
Name and address, please,
I
for the record.
apologize. Lee Kaufman, 96 Pleasant Street. Sorry about that. On 2 weeks from today, the developer is looking to turn over the property to the town. I have tried to work with Mr. Broussard and Ms. Coughlin once the town takes over the property. And what I was told was the town has no intention of maintaining the property. All they plan on doing is maintaining pretty much the intersection at the street, if you will. 1,000 feet of fencing that's there, the lawn, all the shrubs that are on both sides. The town has said they do not plan on taking care of that. When I asked, is the town abandoning the property? How's that being handled? I was given no answer. Besides, we don't have the resources to maintain that property. I know Ms. Coughlin had mentioned some options moving forward, which is to rip down the fence and all of that. I don't want that. That was part of the special permit. One of the requirements of the special permit, that there be some sort of segregation from the public way to the private, my property. I have proposed solutions, fences that don't require maintenance, why they put a wood fence in New England that needs to be maintained. I have no idea. There's also the matter of the nearly $4,000 that I've spent maintaining the developer's property for the last nearly 4 years. I understand the town council did not find it appropriate to issue a cure notice for something like this, but I am asking, how is the board going to support a resident of over 20 years in the town to throw up their hands and say, too bad you own it. You now maintain it, even though it's town property, not appropriate. So I'm looking to come up with a simple solution here. I agree. There is, like I said, there is the matter of the money the developer owes me. Not really much I can do because the special permit is between the planning board, the town of Grafton, and the developer. It's not with me. So there's nothing I can do with the developer directly. The requirements for maintaining the property were a condition of the special permit. So again, I have no say in that matter, no course of action. So really, 2 items. How are we going to handle this with the developer or the town? If the town wants to reach an agreement with the developer that the developer is going to maintain the property, that's between the town and the developer. The special permit's not with me and the developer. So, little convoluted issue we have here.
The fact that the town doesn't maintain the areas to the sides of the roads apply to every one of us.
Understood.
I live on George Hill Road, and the town doesn't maintain, except once in a while, where the corner is, where the,
Sure.
and maybe taking down the stuff as it comes into the roadway once a year with a brush mower or whatever. And that applies to everybody. The thing is that in most places, your property goes right out across the sidewalk, and most people maintain the tree lawn like their lawn. You've got a fence on your property.
No. The fence that
Well,
was
there's a fence.
yeah, there's a
it's
fence
there.
that's on the developer's
It's there,
or the town's
and-
property.
Council says we can't do anything.
Good.
Yeah, there was, the documented agreement in the special permit was for screening at a location to be agreed between you and the developer.
Correct.
The special permit does not document anything about responsibility for maintenance of that. It does not document anything about the design of the screening, what components. None of that is a matter of record. It's a matter of writing. So there's nothing in writing that the town could enforce.
But the under the requirements of the special permit, the developer is required to maintain the property as a whole.
Yes, and I would point out that the special permit referencing the subdivision rules regarding maintenance of everything in the right of way also limits that. Basically, it describes that in terms of what the town normally does to maintain its area of the right of way. What the town normally does is pretty well documented in the town administrator's memo from back in the fall. The town does not take responsibility for maintaining shrubbery. The town might take responsibility for fences to the extent of repairing them as necessary. The town does not take responsibility for mowing any lawns.
Even its own property?
Correct.
Okay, so
So
Like
what I'm
Brookfield Road,
saying,
for
I
example.
think what we're saying
And every
is,
tree lawn.
you cannot expect the town to do anything more than it would do for anybody else.
that's fair. My question
And the
is,
developer's responsibility is in alignment with what the town ultimately will take responsibility for, in the absence of a more formal agreement between, with the developer, which there doesn't exist.
correct, there doesn't. So what provisions were made when the plans were reviewed by the planning board and the DPW to maintain the property after it was turned over to the town? None.
Nothing more than the default that's applied to every subdivision.
Okay, so when the fence falls down in a year, throw it into the street and we're done?
The town DPW would decide what to do. The DPW probably would be within its rights to remove it, or to repair it, or replace it, whatever they deem to be the most effective, most cost-effective way to deal with it.
Okay, so basically at this point, there's town does the town own that property?
The town will own it.
Will,
When the developer hands it over. Meanwhile, the developer's obligation to maintain it is basically limited to whatever the town would normally do.
even though the developer was maintaining it prior.
What the developer chose to do was one thing. What the developer is obligated to do is something else entirely.
Interesting. Okay, so at this point, it's town property that's gonna sit there and not be maintained, abutting residents' homes.
It will be maintained to the same extent that the town maintains other similarly situated properties.
Okay,
You can't, we're not gonna expect the town to do you any special favors.
I would,
We're not gonna expect the town to neglect your property more than it would neglect anybody else's property.
so how does the planning board permit developments such as this to be created without a maintenance plan? It just is what it is.
It is what it is. That's the usual, unless there's something to the extent that there are maintenance requirements for things like stormwater structures, detention basins. There is there are typically maintenance plans for that. But we don't often see fences or other screening put up in a situation like this.
I mean, they are throughout other developments here in the town. Similar fencing,
Can you name 3 or 4?
going towards 122A, that development on the right-hand side there, that large, where they just repaired all the roads. I forget, it's 122A, where they just,
I don't know
okay.
where
Okay.
you are. Development on 122A.
So at this point, the town would not object if I put a 6-foot screening wall down that roadway on my own property.
On your property, well, as long, there's a building code about how high a fence can be. But
Absolutely. but the town would not
I don't,
object.
I don't know that you need a permit to
You
put it
don't.
up though.
You do not.
What you do on your property would be subject to whatever building codes or zoning regulations might apply.
Sure.
But if you're doing something on your property,
If I
That's it.
may, Mr. Chair, there's an easement on Mr. Kaufman's property, so a drainage easement,
Yeah.
so the
You
right
have
to
to respect
pass.
that would have to be respected.
Yes.
The drainage, it's an easement, if needed, that doesn't preclude a fence from being put up. I don't
But it
believe,
would be
You just
taken
need to
down
be able to
if they needed it.
pass.
if they needed it, of course.
And it probably would not preclude you to say to have a discussion with Evan, in particular, Evan Broussard, and say, can we do an agreement where I replace this fence with whatever you would want and you maintain it in that agreement? The town may be willing to sign an agreement that way. I can't speak for Evan.
Respectfully, I've tried having conversations with Mr. Broussard. He just doesn't return correspondence. I tried over the last 3-4 years here to have a reasonable solution here and try to get responses besides from Ms. Coughlin here, is non-existent. I'm stating facts. And I'd have no issue replacing that fence as long as, it be maintained, something be done there. Cause this issue just doesn't apply on my side of the street. The opposite side of the street, Mr. Wager has the exact same issue. And I know Mr. Broussard did send a memo to the planning board requesting that future developments have, HOA sort of arrangement to account for maintenance here. But to just kind of wash the hand and say, we put this up, we approve this, so we don't have to maintain anything is, probably is what it is, but.
Minor point of clarification.
Yes.
There is nothing in the definitive plan approval.
I'm sorry.
There is nothing in what the board approved there regarding the fence on the other side.
I'm sorry, I'm not following you.
You spoke of the fence, you spoke of your neighbor across the road
Yes,
having the same situation, a fence. And he's saying there's nothing relative to that fence in
Right.
the decision.
The planning board's approval of the subdivision discussed the fence on your property or bordering your property at a location to be agreed with you.
okay.
It does not mention the fence that exists on the other side of the road. That is not part of the decision.
So the developer put the fence in without
Developer did
approval?
that at their own option, at their own choice,
Without approval?
without consulting us. As far as I know, nothing about this came back to the planning board for any discussion or approval.
Okay. So the options here are respectfully suck it up, deal with it.
It's to be, to be treated the same way the town would treat any other similarly situated property owner.
Okay. All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Pursue this through the determination of completeness process. And like I said before, if anything is to be done there,
What is to be pursued? Basically, I'm being told that the developer, regardless, doesn't have to maintain the property, and the town's not going to maintain the property. So I'm not sure what there's still to be resolved at determination.
there may be nothing. But what I said, I did mention before the notion that if a change is to be made, and that change, excuse me, if any changes to be made within the town, within what will become the town's right of way, I strongly recommend that the town be involved in any agreement as to what gets changed. On the other hand, if you decide to erect a fence on your own property,
That's it.
that's
It-
between you and the building codes.
Right. Would that be done at the determination of completeness hearing or after? And with whom after?
I don't know the extent to which the maintenance of what will become the town's whether that's technically a part of the determination of completeness.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, so when the developer comes before this board on the 9th for the determination of completeness process, which I know you'll be coming, Lee, as well. So the, the board can have a discussion with the developer at that time to assess their, ability to compensate Mr. Kaufman for what he's out of pocket for, or, provide for some sort of long-term maintenance solution that's amenable. I mean, we can't, the board has only so much power, but I think that this is an appropriate discussion to talk about those logistics with the developer when they come before us, because that is when we can have that dialogue and they can say, okay, we can or cannot agree to what you're proposing, or we can do this, or maybe we can find another solution, replace the shrubs with a more low maintenance type of shrub, or I don't want to, speculate, but preserve the fence in a better manner. That's not something that take that with a grain of salt. But I'm just saying that the determination of completeness avenue is the best to have this dialogue, because the board is limited into what they can feasibly and legally control. But the developer, you've had a dialogue with them; they're aware.
No, I have not.
You haven't.
I've never had a dialogue with the developer at all.
When the permit was.
The only dialogue we had at the time the permit was being applied for was that both myself and the wagers requested a separation between public and private, and that's what what you see now is what the developer installed. Had no input. They showed up and they installed. No input whatsoever.
So I think that when the developer comes before the board, again, we relay the concerns that over the years, there's been problems with the fencing and the shrubs, and that, they need to see if they can offer a solution. Because the board, again, can't do much, and the town only has so much ability to maintain, as we've discussed. So that is, my professional recommendation.
Yeah, I
the
think
board can.
we can certainly have that conversation as part of the process towards the determination of completeness. That would be probably the best place to have the conversation. What comes out of that ultimately.
Could be nothing. Could be something.
But could be, it's more than, since it could be something, it's more than nothing. Not a whole lot more, but more.
And again, one of my points is to make sure that everybody's on the same page as to what the town will and will not do with what becomes the town's
Okay. I think we've said that about 8 or is it 12 times.
Is the horse dead yet?
He was quite a while ago.
Right. Okay.
So-
I'm assuming the town's had conversations with the developer about maintaining it over the last 4 years that I've sent in, so I don't believe this should be a surprise to the developer. And again, this is a developer who's also applying for 250 unit development, Snow Road, something like that. Same.
Yeah, that's the ZBA, isn't it?
I
Yeah.
don't
A whole nother topic.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can talk to the ZBA about that, which
Great.
does touch on something when you're done.
Okay. Well, see you in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Fiona, this does touch on something that always kind of bothered me, but it never got to be a problem. A lot of subdivisions are built with a certain amount of elegance at the front, fancy sign, and they're also built with the mailbox collection, the whole set of mailboxes. And I'm not sure how, I sometimes wonder what is happening to keep them maintained. In some cases, there'll be a homeowners association which may include that responsibility, or it may not. But I think we should think about it as we do this, as we do these, and understand what's going to happen. I go by these subdivisions that are done, and I see the fancy signs. And I also wonder when ZBA does a subdivision, the same point.
If I may, yeah, the standard approach is, yeah, conditioning for a HOA to handle it and then providing a copy of the legal paperwork to the appropriate department to ensure that, you know, things like trash, et cetera, are covered.
In the case where there is an HOA, but there's no requirement, well, we can't require a developer to have an HOA in general, and I don't know, well, it's,
We could require the developer to have at least an entity named that needs to maintain things. We could require developers to have an entity named to maintain things like this, I believe.
I think that's a topic for further discussion.
yes,
We may reach a conclusion that the subdivision rules and regulations need to address this topic
okay.
in a way that they don't currently do. Alrighty. It is now slightly past 7:30, time to begin our public hearings. Just as a reminder for folks who are here for the public hearings, I would like to make sure that, remind everybody to, there's a sign-in sheet. We'd like to ask everyone to sign in so we have a record of who was here at the public hearings. And just regarding the conduct of the public hearings, we have 3 public hearings scheduled for tonight. And in each case, we will begin the process by hearing from the applicant. We will have discussions with the board, then we will open the floor up to the general public for discussions, both here in the room and on Zoom. We ask, as far as everybody's conduct during the public hearings, we ask that commenters respect everybody's time and avoid repeating what was already been said. Everything stated, we've got 1 new hearing, but two continuations. Everything stated in previous hearings or submitted in writing is on the record and will not be forgotten by the board. We ask speakers to be respectful and courteous and focus on matters that are within the planning board's jurisdiction. A lot of times we have comments and questions that are something the board may not actually be able to act on. We welcome everybody's comments, but we do ask to focus on matters within the board's jurisdiction. We do ask that you address comments and questions to the board or through the board to the applicant. And we ask everybody to be courteous and respectful of each speaker's right to be heard. So with that, we have a hearing for a new special permit request at 160R Upton Street from Dish Wireless. Begin with a reading of the legal notice.
Sure. Pursuant to section 1.5.7 and 1.3.3 and 5.8, the Town of Grafton zoning bylaws, the planning board will hold a public hearing on Monday, August 26th at 2024, commencing at 7:30 p.m. in Conference Room A of the Grafton Memorial Municipal Center, 30 Providence Road, to consider the application for a special permit request to co-locate on an existing wireless telecommunications facility, cell tower, and install associated equipment on property located at 160 Rear Upton Street, shown as Grafton Assessor's Map 85, Lot 10A. Said property is located in Neighborhood Business Zoning District. Dish Wireless LLC, care of SAI Communications Inc., Don Billings, oh, I'm going to mess up his last name, sorry, agent is the applicant. Roger Ellis, Industrial Towner and Wireless LLC. A copy of the application plan is available for public inspection at the Planning Department during normal business hours or on Town of Grafton's website on the Planning Department Developments Projects page.
You want to have anything by way to introduce this? We have the applicant here, somebody here representing the applicant.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So yeah, so this application is for a co-location in an existing wireless communications facility located at, as Andrea said, 160 Upton Street rear. The applicant is basically proposing a scope of work that falls under the category of what's called an eligible facilities request, which is outlined by the FCC. I'm pulling up here the plans that outline the complete scope of work. Just bear with me for a second, which I also reiterate in my memo. Going through the application, I did not, from my perspective, see any issues with what is proposed and the jurisdiction that it falls under, as the board knows. Actually, maybe some of the newer members will learn this evening that we will process co-locations as full special permit reviews, and that's how we typically handle co-locations. Other than that, I had a couple of questions that we can get into later on, but I would like to give the applicant an opportunity to speak to this.
Very good. Good evening. My name is Timothy Green with SAI on behalf of Dish Wireless. As has been presented, Dish is looking to co-locate on the existing 100-foot tower at 160R Upton Street. Dish will be proposing 3 antennas at approximately 67 feet on the tower. So there were 3 other wireless carriers already above, and Dish would be the 4th. There would be a 5-foot by 7-foot concrete pad put at the base of the tower where the telecommunications equipment would go. There'd be cables from that equipment up to the antennas. Electric and telephone are already on site. They're here again for a special permit, site plan review. As part of the application, the Exhibit 3 showed a passing structural analysis of the tower. There was also a peer review done. It was done. There's also a radio frequency report that shows what would provide coverage. There is a radio frequency engineer here tonight if you'd like to get into more specifics with that. But that is pretty much it, and I can answer any specific questions you have. Or Martin Lavin, who's here, can answer any of the specific questions in regards to coverage.
Anything from the board?
Just have one question. At the entrance down on 140 Upton Street, there's a rather formal-looking sign attached to the telephone pole right next to your driveway.
Okay.
And I wonder if that's got anything to do with you.
I'm not familiar with the sign, as we're an applicant on the tower itself. That would be for the tower owner. We can look into the sign, and it would seem odd that there would be a random sign there that didn't involve the tower.
You're not supposed to put signs on telephone poles anyway.
Fair enough.
Maybe, Fiona, maybe you could mention it to the people who enforce signs.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
I see that I saw that tonight. I come out of Stowe Road. Right.
That's right.
And you do too.
If it's a sign specific to the tower, and
I don't. It's a company name, and she'll.
okay,
I think it can't be there, and maybe the zoning.
we can certainly forward it onto the tower owner.
The zoning officer will, in her spare time.
Yes. All right.
We're a little shy on zoning officers just at the moment.
Okay.
Mr. Maxon, our peer review consultant for wireless applications, is here. If
Yes, please.
you'd like to invite Mr. Maxon to summarize his observations.
Mr. Chair,
Fiona?
if I may, I forgot to state in my spiel before Dave gets into his review. As we have a stenographer on the line from McCarty that is, they weren't able to come in person, but somebody is here on behalf of the company. So just wanted to make that known for the record.
Oh, thank you. Good evening. David Maxon, M-A-X-S-O-N, with Isotrope, I-S-O-T-R-O-P-E, for the stenographer. And we are consulting to the board on this application. I'm going to bring up the perhaps most critical piece of information, which was kind of buried towards the end of the application. And that is that what the applicant is filing is to add a wireless facility to an existing tower site and wireless facility complex. And because of that, and because that there is no excavation outside of 30 feet from the previously approved site in the special permit for the other facilities already present, and that the addition of the antennas to the tower do not exceed the dimensional criteria for substantial modification to the tower, as the FCC defines it. This is, in my opinion, an eligible facilities request. And under an eligible facilities request, there are some limitations, as I was just trying to refresh my memory. But as far as reviewing this application, there's a 60-day notice, a 60-day shot clock to make a decision and act on it. The basic things to review are whether this complies with the eligible facilities request, and whether it does anything to exceed the town's standards other than the wireless facility development standards. So it's met the FCC's criteria for adding equipment on the ground and adding antennas to the tower. But if there are other aspects relating to traffic and environmental concerns and visual impact that is specifically outlined for, in general, for protection of the town under a special permit, those kinds of things are the things that you'd be looking at here. And we don't necessarily have to get into discussions of the need for coverage and all of that wonderful detail that the applicant provided at their discretion to provide as much information as they could to the board. So I think we can narrow the focus if you're so minded. And I would just like to add that I am not an attorney, so I'm just giving you information based on my experience with hundreds of wireless facility applications. And if you think there's anything I've said here that does delve into the category of legal advice, it is not legal advice, and you should consult with your attorney.
Thank you. Anything else?
I'm curious, not that it's necessary, but where is your closest facility to this, particularly heading up the hill towards the common and up that way?
I'd let Martin handle that one. I don't know. I don't want to guess for you. I'm going to let him guess.
I was quite involved in all of been involved in all the towers, but this one, since I know, I can almost see it from my house, so.
Martin Lavin, C-Square Systems, on behalf of Dish. We have chart. There we are. No distances.
Mr. Chair,
Not
may I, while he's getting to the page, can I just ask through you, Mr. Maxon, if, just a confirmation, if a determination needs to be issued in writing to the applicant for the shot clock piece of this? I think that we've done that in the past, issuing a letter that it's been reviewed in a certain manner and that the shot clock would apply, but I just in general would like to know if that's a piece of paperwork that I need to work
You
on.
might be
So
able
through
to do
you
that.
today.
You might be able to do that offline.
Okay.
Attachment 2 to the ARP report is a plot of the nearby sites. The closest site is 1.8 miles away.
But where?
To the north, almost due north. Almost due north, it's 1.8 miles away.
You know, but can you give me a geographic, like, is,
On the next sheet. See, or the previous.
Tables.
The chart, yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at that bi-direction, there's, that's attachment 2 is just the,
Yeah, Fiona, could you maybe
Roads
put
and
this on the
sites
screen, the RF report?
down to attachment 2.
Attachment two.
There's the map.
yeah,
And then I'll show
at
you
this
where they
distance,
are.
that's not too useful. But I'll see if I can find it here.
These are a list of addresses.
List of addresses, but the distances.
What,
Yeah, the closest one to the north looks like it's
Path is to the left.
on, my mind's a blank, Knowlton's.
Oh.
There's a cell tower on
along the turnpike,
Knowlton's, right by the turnpike.
up on the hill and. Okay, yeah. Okay, that area down through there, it's a little hard to cover because of the hill, because of the hill zone. Okay, that's enough.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public?
Miss Foley's in back.
I think I see someone coming this way.
Hi, Anne Marie Foley, 45 South Street. So just a couple of questions. One is the height of the tower as compared to what it is now, or what the highest point is on that little development at this point? In other words, how much higher will that be?
The tower is currently 100 feet. It will not increase in height. The antennas will be going at 67 feet. Down there, there's a picture shows the other three. There's already 3 antenna arrays on it, and dish will be at the bottom. They'll be the 4th. So there's no increase in the height of the facility.
Okay. And then also, just like curious in terms of what unmet need is this fulfilling?
Well, Dish is currently building out their network. They're the newest carrier. So right now there is no coverage, and working on creating coverage. Dish is a company that's been going for about three years now. Right? They maybe give or take. So, and you know, everyone's constantly building out their networks. But for Dish, it's a little bit different. Is that they're starting from ground zero, whereas all the other companies have been starting from like 1996 on.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, we've had sort of like three operators. I don't know the names. Sometimes we get different names, but
Well, generally, you've got AT&T, you've got Verizon, you have T-Mobile. They may use different
right.
brand names like New Singular Wireless, a Cellco partnership, but those are the 3 marketing names that you'll hear.
Yeah.
And Dish will be the 4th entrant in there.
And then, lastly, I'm not sure how to pose this, but in terms of the consultant kind of alluded to, you know, environmental or health impact on this site, and you know what that might look like in terms of changing or additions to what's going on there currently.
Everything is regulated. Mr. Maxton did a little bit of a peer review on that. He could probably explain it in more detail than I can, but everything falls within the limits of the FCC. But if anybody wants to go into more detail with that, doesn't really change much with this install. But there was some talk of that in the peer review, and I don't know if we want to get in much more of that or not. but
Is that available in the packet, the peer review
Yes,
information?
Yes, the RF report and the peer review are all available
Okay,
online.
thanks.
Peer review, Exhibit 13.
Mr. Madison, did you want to make a
Be happy to comment.
remark about the,
Let me just start out by saying that what I was referring to before was the terminology for FCC's eligible facilities request is that the regulating board may not deny and shall approve it. So all of this information that we're looking for, which is just helpful for our understanding, is not the kind of information that would go into your approving it, because it has been determined to be an eligible facilities request. One of the safety concerns that they would have to comply with, and I've reviewed the material that the applicant submitted, is about the radio frequency energy coming off the new facility in combination with the energy coming from the other facilities. The sum total of the emissions of all the facilities is within the FCC's safety limits. But more importantly, I think, is that DISH is just putting up one small antenna on each of three faces of the tower mount, and not emitting much energy compared to the emissions of the other facilities on the tower. So they're not, as far as I can tell, in public locations, they're not even crossing a threshold of the what's called the FCC's 5% rule, which means if for some reason a Verizon or an AT&T were in combination exceeding the safety limits, it would be the responsibility of that other company that puts out a lot more energy because it has more antennas, to remedy any overexposure issues, which there are none here, but I just want to say that the addition of the DISH antennas is a de minimis increase in the background signal levels that are in the area. So it, as I say, it's in compliance with the FCC rule. And again, just as a reminder, the Telecommunications Act of 1996 says that if it's compliant with the FCC rules, there is no further regulation based on those standards that the board can apply.
Probably we shouldn't spend time now, but I always wonder exactly how those rules work relative to the vertical. That is, we've had, well, this is a case where the antennas are at or maybe below the ridge line. So there are homes, people more or less right on the beam, the concentrated energy coming out, not down 100 feet down on the ground. And I wonder if the standards give any consideration to that.
Yes, the standards completely cover any potential situation where a member of the general public is illuminated by radio waves.
Yeah.
And
the way they're illuminated.
That's addressed in the way the analysis is done, yes.
We had that up at the town barn many, many years ago, because the hill next to it is higher than anything. And there's a whole subdivision there on the hillside.
Right, right.
That was a long time ago. Okay.
any other questions, comments from the public, from the board? Fiona?
I have a couple questions. So I just wanted some clarification on, I outlined these concerns in the memo, but how are technicians getting to and from the site? Are they crossing over 160 Upton Street and have an agreement to do so? Are they driving? Are they walking?
They're driving.
Okay.
They would drive to the facility.
There's an access drive.
Yes, there's an access road now.
Okay. Okay.
About once a month.
Bob and I are familiar with the
There's a-
access
there's a
road
dirt
that comes out
road.
on 140.
Okay. Perfect.
We see it all the time.
Okay, great. And just and how frequently are the technicians going to be coming? Is it like just once a year? Or
No, maybe once a month.
once a month.
Once a month. That's the general rule we use. I mean, look, could it be once a week for a little while? Sure. Could go for a while. You could be at a time where somebody is upgrading the tower. You may have engineers go out there to do a survey,
Okay.
things like that, but it's very low impact.
Got it.
I don't remember for sure. Got emergency power for your,
For this particular install, no, and I don't believe there's a universal one up there. One carrier may have it on their own.
because power is less than 100% reliable at
Yes.
that particular
Yes.
location. I can tell you for sure.
What you can say is your current plans do not include emergency power.
Correct.
Okay.
Or not, let's put in a generator type of a system.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will note that the access road is gated.
Mm-hmm.
If that means, it's not shown on the plans, but it is gated.
Okay, great. And I just had a couple other questions, if I can, Mr. Chair. So the lights on the facility, it looks like on the plans there is a light fixture. I just wanted to confirm what the lighting situation will be, because sometimes that comes up.
The light, if we're talking at the equipment itself,
Yeah.
yeah, it'd be a light that points down if somebody had to get there at night, provides light for the technician.
Okay, and that's closer to the ground on the
Yes.
like within the leased area. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. And so there's technically no new unmanned equipment, right? I have that correct?
Well, Dish would be putting in unmanned equipment. There'd be a 5-foot by 7-foot concrete pad, and on that you would have, fiber and telephone equipment as well as Dish's cabinet.
Okay. And it's really more of a replacement of the infrastructure that's
No, this Dish would be new. So if we go down, probably be better to look at a map. If you go to A1, I would go, you're at A3, head up to A1 and then over.
It's good.
There you go. So you'll see the round circle is the tower, and then you would see equipment by others, and then you would see cabinets by others. So probably left to right, I'm guessing Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, and then the bold is Dish's equipment.
okay.
So you can see the 5x7 pad, and then a cable tray, which bring the cables to the antennas.
Okay.
And if I just add to that, so that's indicating the equipment is going within the pre-approved compound that's already approved on the other special permit. And it's an equipment that meets the cabinet count that the FCC establishes for an eligible facilities request. So that's one of the components of determining that they're basically entitled to this installation.
Thank you. That's great. I just wanted to. There's a specific reference to unmanned equipment in the bylaw, and I just want to make sure I understand it. I'm not the wizard in this area, so. Thank you.
Anything else?
Typically, just a point. An understanding, some sort of paperwork about how often the technicians come up there, and any like operations and maintenance of the facility is usually something that we look for or ask for. So it just has to bear that in mind, and I have it in my, I point that out in my memo. It's just kind of a basic write-up of, maintenance of the site, snow, et cetera, that type of thing. The building department likes to see that too, so.
Okay, so is that, I'm sorry, what is the specific question? So you want to know how long, and Dish generally they would say once a month. As far as plowing the road, that would be the tower owner. Would
Yeah.
do that, as well as there are also, in a sense, this is a little like an office building, and there are 3 other tenants already, and Dish would be the 4th tenant. So you've got the owner of the tower who's taking care of the facility, and then each one of those individual carriers goes up as necessary.
Okay, if I may, Mr. Chair, we have had, recent co-op application, permits be conditioned with, kind of basic operation and maintenance plan of the equipment that, they're providing, but it's something that I suggest in my memo, but it's just, I want to bring it up. I think it's helpful for the town and for the different departments that have to permit this.
Yes, in some cases, and this would not apply here, but in a case where they have a diesel generator on site, their operations plan will typically say how often they run it, for how long.
Yes.
They might.
Sure, every
they
like
might
Tuesday
run
at
it
8 a.m.
Once a month
Right.
for 30 minutes or something. Yeah, and that's particularly for something that's in a more residential-ish neighborhood.
Yes.
People are worried about the noise. You don't have a generator, so.
That
that's
would not be
that's not-
applicable, but yes, I mean, it's certainly well, not to get involved with me, but it's a requirement that I've seen in other ones that I've done that with a generator that, only run it from 2 to 10 o'clock for 15 minutes or, something along those lines.
I think we had one of those for a facility that's in a church steeple
Yes.
at the Common, which is a little more sensitive location.
That's all I have.
Are we done?
I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, if there is nothing else from the board,
My only brief question, Mr. Maxon, at some previous hearings we've had where eligible facilities requests were mentioned and suggested, my memory says that you suggested to the board that we vote directly to designate it as, that we agree that it's an eligible facilities request before closing the hearing. Would you recommend that tonight, or is that basically decided in your view? I know you're not a lawyer. I'm not going to. You don't have to go
Yeah,
through
They
that.
didn't
Thanks.
ask for it, did they?
Yeah, I think there
It
was
did.
some question because of the way it was phrased or presented to the board on that other hearing. I think it would be in making rendering a decision that you might make that one of the findings
Yep.
as part of your decision. But I don't know that you need to do it separately. That's to your
Okay.
discretion.
I wonder if it might be good to just explain, we handled this in this way because we still have this bylaw, so we're doing, it's sort of a hybrid. And maybe you two could
Right. This
make that in there, put that in there so that we cover all the bases.
Yeah, this bylaw does not specifically address eligible facilities requests yet.
Right. And so, but it's still the bylaw in Grafton, so we want to cover all the bases, and therefore we're doing this.
Right, right.
I
good
did,
point.
I did note, just refresh my memory here, the applicant did assert that this was an eligible facilities request.
That's correct.
So part of the board's decision will be to agree with that assertion.
Right, and the board still requires a special permit for a new occupant of the tower, so this is still a special permit application. It's just that whatever approval you grant may not be denied and shall be approved according to the FCC.
Yep.
So we can have a special permit if we want, as long as we don't deny it, right?
Right, but at least you get the construct of a special permit, and they get treated the same way the other tenants on the tower are treated from a regulatory perspective.
Actually, not deny, but, special permits can have conditions.
Correct.
Maybe we don't want to change the bylaw. Maybe want to mention, another time.
Right, and in the bylaw changes that we would be talking about later, the special permit is still assigned to each individual tenant.
Yeah, we can talk bylaw
Yeah.
stuff. And how we might want to change the bylaw.
Understood.
I'm ready to
We do
move.
need to.
Yep.
So
I move that we close the hearing and direct staff to draft the decision. There's the word.
Second,
moved and seconded. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Wood,
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger,
aye.
Ms. Bresnahan,
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman.
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried. The hearing is closed. Thank you very much, and staff will draft a decision, and if all goes well, we'll have a drafted decision available for the board's deliberation in 2 weeks.
Perfect. Thank you very
you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your participation. Next, we have a continuation of a request for modification of the special permit and site plan approval at 18 to 22 Donahue Lane.
Good evening.
Good evening. Bring us up to date.
Sorry, I X'd out of my screen that I needed. Sorry. Bear with me for a second. but while that's loading, Mr. Chair, if you want me to give an overview, I can quickly, and then I'll turn it over to the applicant. So where we left off with this application, the board may recall the applicant had suggested conditions to modify the permit to basically support the current operation. The operation has changed since the original special permit was issued in 2015. The board suggested at a previous meeting to continue a dialogue with the abutters given the proximity of the use to residential homes. The applicant has done that, and if I may, say, the documentation that was uploaded into the record is a comprehensive overview on behalf of both parties, kind of summarizing the issues. Where we're at this evening, is really kind of coming down to the board determining, what was most recently presented by the applicant, and the exhibits. I believe it's Exhibit 21, which I will pull up in a second, is adequate, considering the dialogue that has been had. Obviously, there's not going to be a ideal and perfect solution for everybody. So the board needs to just take this opportunity to review what's been said, exercise its discretion based on those conversations. So I'm not going to go on too much. I did have a couple of questions, but yeah, I think, I'll turn it over to the applicant to give an overview of anything I missed, and then we can go from there.
Great. Well, thank you, Ms. Coughlin, and good evening once again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Attorney Madical with Fletcher Tilton on behalf of the applicant, who's sitting here to my right, your left, Mr. Michael McCure. As I'm sure you all remember and are familiar with this case, it was a special permit that issued at the end of 2015, early 2016 for this property. At that time, it lacked kind of enforcement teeth as well as some specificity. So in working with Ms. Coughlin and the planning department, it was determined to apply for a amendment to that or modification to that special permit to try to give the decision some more teeth, some more enforcement, some more boundaries and expectations, both for the property owner as well as the abutters. We have now, this is I believe our third appearance before you after each of the past few meetings. We took your feedback as well as continued dialogue with the abutters. As Ms. Coughlin mentioned, I think we're making great progress. May not be a perfect solution for every issue, but we did submit a revised set of proposed conditions that we hope the board will consider and vote on. We also submitted a site barrier plan, and that's probably the biggest takeaway from where we started and where we are now. There was in the past discussion about fencing and things of the like to kind of try to mitigate any noise or visual impacts, but it was kind of collectively determined between our side, the abutters, and the board that might do more harm than good by taking down trees. So this plan here that you can see in front of you outlines essentially the tree line and where we would build up the berm and potentially plant some additional trees to really thicken the landscaping barrier, so to speak, because there's such a change in elevation and topography. Where we're proposing to continue to store materials and the like is kind of at the lowest point on this plan, and then you head up. The topography, like I said, kind of drastically increases as you head towards the residential neighborhood. So again, what we submitted, and I'm not sure if the board had a chance to review it yet, but was kind of our latest and greatest in terms of proposed conditions. We did have some dialogue and email discussion, which I'm not sure if that was uploaded as well, with the group of abutters collectively who have decided, to take part in this public hearing process. I know they had a few open-ended questions or discussion points they wanted to continue this evening, but whereas this is our third hearing and we're trying to get to a conclusion, we did want to suggest some pretty concrete conditions for the board to consider. So just to go into those briefly, and then we'll certainly pause and take any questions from Ms. Coughlin or the board and open up discussion. But we are proposing work hours from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. On Saturdays, we are still proposing 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. We heard some pushback only to be operating till noon. on Saturday. Recognizing that this is a small business in an OLI, we do need the right to occupy the property until at least 3 p.m. With that in mind, and with a compromise in mind, we would restrict any heavy equipment use on Saturdays with only truck trips permitted, and there'd also be no dumping of materials on Saturday. So anything that would happen would just be literally driving in and out to provide access to the site, but not any visual or noise distraction, so to speak. So we feel that's a pretty fair compromise to at least have the ability to access, but to provide some protections for the abutters. We're also proposing to mitigate noise nuisance spikes above the ambient level with signage. Our previous plan identified right at the entryway, there'd be numerous signs basically reminding all occupants what is and isn't allowed on the property, as well as the installation of CCTV to monitor adherence to these restrictions. We also, back to the point of not removing trees, we have agreed and are willing to condition there'll be no tree removal on site except in the rare condition where it's an unhealthy tree or poses a danger or a risk to the property owners or abutters. The number of proposed or estimated trips remains the same as previously discussed. However, we would welcome a condition for road maintenance in asphalt paving, as well as snow and ice treatment to be completed by the owner of 18 and 22 Donahue Lane as needed. We discussed the potential lease or sublease of the property, and there was some discussion about enforcement. We would condition that any lease would include a copy of this special permit decision and all the conditions, and any violations therefore could be subject to a discontinuance or termination of that lease. In terms of town enforcement, if and when we're able to get kind of a concrete set of rules and conditions within the special permit, obviously that would arm the town with a little bit more enforcement in terms of if a violation was reported. Hopefully it wouldn't be, but if it was, there'd actually be an hour of operation or some further detail and specificity within the decision for the town to act, and whether that means a violation or an appearance before this board to discuss a potential violation. Obviously we'd be welcome to that, but we would defer to the town and the building inspector for exactly how that works out. And finally, as I mentioned, the site barrier plan. If this plan were to be approved as part of the special permit by the board, then it would be implemented by us and maintained, which we think would go a long way in really nullifying the noise and activity at the site. So that's where we stand now. We did also submit a rendering of a potential berm to just kind of get an idea of what that would look like, as well as some existing site pictures just to give the board a little bit more clarification on existing conditions. But we feel we have taken a lot of steps. We've kept dialogue open. As Ms. Coughlin mentioned, there's always more or less that potentially could be done, but we feel this is a fair compromise based on what was approved and what would be a fair allowance of continued operation at the site. And we welcome any further comment and discussion from the board.
Questions, comments from the board? Justin?
Sure. So just a few questions and comments regarding the proposed conditions. So with the noise spikes in particular, in that same bullet point, you say CCTV cameras to monitor site for adherence. Are you expecting to be able to monitor noise with the CCTV cameras in particular?
I think that would be more based on the activities. We were talking about tailgate slamming, if there was any dumping, off hours, things of that nature. So it would be more for visual.
Okay. The other question relating to your conditions directly is road maintenance and asphalt paving. Would you consider pothole maintenance as part of that with your stuff?
Correct.
Okay. I feel that's probably better to have spelled out when you write the conditions out, just to identify it, because asphalt paving is not necessarily pothole maintenance, but just to call it out. And the question I have is, where it's not mentioned in the list of proposed conditions, but I know some residents have mentioned it, is a space for turnaround of like the trash trucks if Harvey's wanted to use the entrance to your property to do that. Is that something that is on the table for you guys, and anything that you are considering, just as a to understand where we stand with that?
It's on the table. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. That was the only questions I had right now.
You know, first of all, you have the provision about sublease and the conditions applying. But what happens if the property's sold?
If the property was sold, I think our expectation would be the special permit would run with the land and those conditions would run with any future owner and leasee.
And tell me about the paving that we're talking about.
Well, currently Donahue Lane has 2 speed bumps that were put in at the request of a couple of butters. We'd maintain those, and any cracking or potholing that needs routine annual maintenance, we would provide that.
I'm not clear how much of the road ends up being paved.
The road is currently paved.
Is it? Because I remember when it was dirt. I'm a little concerned because you've got heavy traffic on it, and I don't know what standard if it was built or it was paved and so on too.
4 inches thick, and it's held up very well over the years, in my personal opinion.
So we are talking about full maintenance, because it's going to break. It's going to take a beating with the trucks.
Well, we paved the road 7 years ago at no cost to the abutters, and we've maintained it since. So we will continue to do that.
Okay, and so the only other thing is that I just don't have a good picture about who has what rights, who owns what. There's the government, and there's you folks, and there's the homeowners, and it's a private way, and there seems to be. When I think about, is our decision going to adequately protect people? We've had, this has been a very troubled situation here. I've been hearing the complaints for all along. So I don't feel confident because I don't know enough about the legal situation, but hopefully we'll get a set of conditions and whatever that will do a better job than the last time. How will the trash truck turn around? Will it go on to your area?
Well, my first question is the trash collection provided by the town to the Donahue Lane residents?
My understanding is it's part of the contract that the town has with Harvey's as a company, but I'm not 100% certain on that.
I am also not.
I saw one head nodding yes back there.
So there's 2 options there. The town could tell the Harvey truck to back down the road, and all cans could be put on the south side of Donahue Lane, which would resolve any turnaround issues. If the Harvey truck, if that's one possible solution, but I just don't know if this is a town provided service or not.
Yes.
I feel that adds a dimension.
Well,
just looking
what
at
is somebody operates the truck.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever that is needs to be able to turn it around.
Yes, it is Harvey. Donahue Lane is on Harvey's Wednesday pickup schedule.
Mm-hmm.
So Harvey, paid by the town, does do Donahue Lane.
And I think the issue, to take it one step further, is that the Donahue Lane width right of way continues all the way down. So in essence, we're open to some kind of solution with the turnaround, but some of the issues about not having the width to turn around is only satisfied by going onto private property to create that turnaround.
Yep.
which again, we're open to in some form or fashion, but
Okay, I'm looking for a form or fashion before I'll be satisfied. Because I don't want that truck backing up that road. And I guess backing onto 122. Because I don't know that the turnaround opportunity, or at least a good one, anywhere back there.
there is none without going on private property.
There's never been a turnaround in the
Yeah.
right of way of Donahue Lane.
Yeah, but we're trying to, we need to find a way to make that work. You know, this is a dead-end road, whether it's private or public. Dead-end roads need a, whatever, turnaround.
All right, Andrea has her hand up. Andrea?
I almost forgot what I was going to ask. I believe in the last meeting, Mr. Chair, did we not request some information about the right of ways and that sort of thing that Bob started asking about? We said we were going to look into that so that we had some answers before this meeting.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember what exactly we asked for.
The status of the road is a private road. We did, we looked into it. The town doesn't really have that, much control over it. The residents
That's
do
not,
have.
that's the question.
Right.
What rights does who have over what parts of that?
Yeah, well, my understanding is that based on the status of the road, there's people own to the center line. The applicant is proposing to provide maintenance that is, although, everyone to technically need to approve that because everyone technically owns the center line. The applicant is providing for those services, without having to get that additional approval. And yeah, it's not a public way. It's not been accepted by the town. We are limited, but I think, if I can opine on this, the conditions that are proposed, given the status of the road, cover maintenance to, provide some security for the maintenance and integrity of the road being maintained in beyond what we would even be able to acquire.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head, but a while back I ran across a document that goes into excruciating detail about public and private ways and this, that, and the other thing. Mm-hmm. I think, don't quote me as a legal authority on this, but I think with respect to a private way, which is what this is, the public has certain rights to use the private way for access to properties along the private way. In some cases, a private way might connect to public ways. This is a dead end, so that doesn't count. But the public has certain rights and limitations with respect to traveling on a private way. But I can't be more specific than that because I didn't study up on that particular question. But,
I think that's the problem. We said we would. So, I mean, can we still make a decision on this knowing that we don't have a firm answer on that? Or is that just not important in this circumstance?
I would speculate. I think that just generally speaking, in terms of who gets to use the private way for what purposes, obviously the people who have houses fronting on that private way, they obviously get to use the private way to access their houses. The business here at the end of Donahue Lane gets to use it to access its facilities as needed. We have questions about, one of the topics under discussion here is trash pickup trucks, and in fact, more generally, delivery trucks servicing the homes that live on the private way. They need to be able to turn around basically at the entrance to your property. They need to be able to turn around so that they're not forced to back up onto Worcester Street. And that would apply perhaps most obviously to trash trucks, but other delivery trucks as well. And I can't speak to the particular, sort of any legal question as to what they can do, but the idea that we're exploring here, I think, is that somewhere at the entrance to your property, trucks such as trash trucks need to be able to maneuver around somehow. They need to be able to turn around.
Understood. I think certainly, if we're able to get to a conclusion, that's a condition that we are certainly open to. There's certain liability issues that we'd have to figure out kind of on our own for that. But we're amenable to that condition to help kind of the overall situation.
Yeah, I'm just sort of speculating without having really thought about that. Providing some sort of a, at the entrance to your property base, or providing enough space for trucks to turn around, and you may want to have behind that a gate to control access to the rest of your property. I'm not quite sure what the detail would look like.
Okay. As you finalize this for the road maintenance piece, can you try to spell out just a simple process for the butters to communicate with the owner of the property? I'm imagining somebody, identifying a pothole or something like that and wanting to let them know. So if you could spell that out somehow and communicate that to the abutters, I think that would help with the collaboration on the road.
Maybe there should be a condition relative to having that.
That seems like something the board could consider.
And I will just add from my own stake right now, I'm currently okay with the 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday. I think that with the conditions that you laid out with the heavy machine use and no dumping, I think that is a fair compromise for everything that you're proposing as well. It's from my personal opinion. I know some residents won't be as happy as possible with that, but that's my current feeling.
Anything else from the board at this point? No? Let's give the public a chance to weigh in on this. And again, just as a quick reminder, in terms of public comment, I went through some of this earlier, but in case we have some late arrivals, just want to remind people to be respectful of everybody's time, avoid repeating things that have already been put on the record. Just generally be respectful and courteous of everybody. Focus on matters that are within the board's jurisdiction. Always address your comments and questions to the board or through the board to the applicant. So, any hands here in the room or on Zoom?
My name is Bill Fairbanks, 4 Dunhill Lane, and I'm at the tail end of what you've been talking about. And you have it on record now, I believe. But just to clarify a couple of things, as long as I've lived there since 1971, Dunhill Lane has been an easement, and it says so on my deed. If I need to give you a copy, I'll get a copy for you. But as part of that, it's I looked this up in the online, and in Massachusetts, easements are regulated in part by Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 187. As a real estate easement is a non-possessory, I'm not sure if I said that right, right to enter or to use other person's property. It is not ownership interest in real estate. Instead, it is generally enforceable right for a person, the public, or a company to use another person's land for a special purpose. It is often a right-of-way. But as discussed before, an easement can occur in different ways and for various purposes. Unless there's a specific language in the contrary, an easement runs, quote, with the land, meaning the legal rights and liabilities will continue to apply when real estate is transferred to new owners. Generally, a property owner cannot block easements without facing legal consequences. And an easement gives other landowners the right to use the adjacent land in a limited way, and the owner with the right is called the dominant estate. The owner whose land the easement passes through is called the servient estate. And the servient property owner must allow the documented estate to use the property. The Dunning Hill Lane easement runs to the end and in fact stops at the Wyman Gorge property, not at 18. And I say 18 because 18 is the first place where Mr. McCura's property is started, which means that the gate really shouldn't be there according to the state of Massachusetts. I'm not asking them to take it down. What I'm asking is at least let us have time for our trash movers to be picked up and have a place for the trucks to turn around, because the drivers say they don't like having to back up the road. They don't like having to back onto Worcester Street or anybody else's property, because if they go into somebody else's property, they're also liable for any damages. The same goes for any delivery trucks, and I've talked to the delivery drivers. Just back in June, one of my neighbors had a delivery truck, and they backed up and they took a wire down. Fortunately, it was only the Verizon wire, but it was 4 days before we got service. The other day, I had a delivery. It was an 18-foot box truck, and he went down to the end, and he said, fortunately, the gate was open. He says, because I don't know how else I'd get out of there. So the people that live on Dunning Hill Lane, with respect, would appreciate the board and Mr. McCurr getting together and allow us to do this. Again, if you want proof of what the easement is, or the properties, the easement goes with all the properties as the land gets transferred. Go ahead, Robert.
Do you have something that says you have an easement, or, cause you're, I don't know, maybe a partial property owner of the land that the easement is on. This is what gets me, so.
Each one of us has an easement for the property that's in line with our property lines. I don't know how you can be confused.
If I may, Mr. Chair, it is an established right-of-way. I think we all agree on that. A right-of-way so that everyone has an opportunity and a right to pass over it. And as mentioned, most private ways in the Commonwealth, you own 50% to the middle, but you cannot stop someone from passing over that because it's open not only to public travel potentially, but also certainly to other property owners. So we agree it is a private right-of-way that everyone has the right to go up and down. We agree the trash truck issue is an issue. Unfortunately, it doesn't get wider at us. The right-of-way itself doesn't get any wider at the property line. But as mentioned, we would be open to a condition to create a turnaround there. We'd have to install some signage, proceed at your own risk or indemnification, whatever that might be. But that's our situation to figure out. But we are certainly open to improving the situation by creating a turnaround for these various delivery trucks and trash trucks.
And delivery trucks as well.
Yep, like I said before, pretty much any. I don't know if you're ever likely to get an 18-wheeler through there, a tractor trailer.
Believe it or not, yes.
I can't say I'm astonished at that. But
unfortunately, the gate was open and the truck was able to turn around.
Yes.
Although I have seen even Mr. McCura's truck back up maybe back in 2 or 3 years ago, back all the way up onto Worcester Street. It was a flatbed trailer truck,
See,
and it was
That
eyewitness.
was a subcontract,
Yes,
not one of my vehicles.
well, it came from your property line.
yeah, anyway, regardless of the details, I think the idea here is to make it feasible for vehicles as large as a tractor trailer to turn around
Right.
at the entrance to Mr. McCurra's property so that they can go out frontwards back onto Worcester Street. It's, you know, it's the details of how exactly that's going to be done that remain to be worked out. But I hear the applicant saying that they're willing to find a way to accommodate that. I hear pretty much, we're all saying that we can do that.
It would also have, excuse me, it would not just specify that particular day that they're picking up, because holidays they get moved.
No.
And it could be on a Saturday, the truck has to go down there.
I think Fiona has a pretty good idea of how we feel about what's needed, and I assume you'll be talking to her about this, and she'll be being sure that you get what we need.
So have we kind of beat that subject to death now?
Yes.
It sounds like we pretty much have a common understanding of what needs to be done here.
Yeah.
So thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
What I want to be sure is that it's assured going forward, and questions don't come up later on or problems.
Yes, we're going to want to, one way or another, we're going to want to ensure that everything's nailed down to the point where misunderstandings and conflicts are unlikely to occur. So, continuing with public comment, does anybody else have a? Mr. Renzoni.
Good evening, Mr. Robbins. John Renzoni, 7 Jordan Terrace. Not to beat the horse to any deader, but just, as we're talking about the right-of-way, we're talking about you're allowed to travel on the right-of-way. Just so we're clear, the right-of-way does run all the way to Wyman Gordon's property. So there is definitely a gate blocking the right-of-way right now, which is obviously causing the problem with the trucks not being able to turn around, just so we can get that out there. And also, it is against state law to back out onto a state road. And
It is
which it's
not
against the law to back out onto a state road, and that is a state road. Worcester Street is a state layout.
Yep.
Just so we understand that. Did get a look at the plans that were submitted for the berm, and I think that's very reasonable. I don't know if the planning board or the building department would like to go down there and do a walkthrough, but it seems very reasonable. It seems like the height of the berm is going to be about the height of the building roof that's down there now. And, it's if there's definite clarification on the fact that no trees are going to be removed and the berm's going to be hydro-seeded, even though it's getting late in the season, that's definitely going to be a plus to remedy some visual and some audible problems that occasionally occur down there. It definitely has been much better down there. They haven't been doing a lot of work down there, so it's pretty quiet. The only other issue I have is the leasing of the property. I mean, I understand that Mr. McCurra needs to, do something with the property, but my only concern is depending on who the lessee is, what kind of problems, if they arise, the board is going to be able to enforce. Just as an example, not that this would happen, let's say he rents to a dumpster company. And now we got odor problems coming up into the neighborhood. They're storing dumpsters and they may be empty, but there's still waste in them. Not that that's going to happen, but if something like that happens and now there's an odor problem, what kind of enforcement is the town going to have? It's something to look at. I know you can't really put parameters on who he's going to be able to lease to. And to try to run down a list of who he could and could not lease to would be impossible. But I know the town has had some issues enforcing other violations in town, and I don't want to see that happen and put not only the town in a bad position, but obviously the residents.
Yeah, speaking to that, the special permit is for a particular use with particular conditions. The same conditions and restrictions would apply to any lessee.
But would this stop the dumpsters?
The particular classification this is proposed to be identified as is a contractor's yard, which
Right.
in the zoning bylaw specifically says, in other definitions, premises used by a contractor or subcontractor for storage of equipment and supplies, materials, and parking related equipment. My personal interpretation of this, I'm of course not a not a lawyer,
Yeah.
not a building enforcement officer, is that storage of refuse in dumpsters and things like that would be
Oh, no, I'm not saying that they'd be storing refuse. I'm just dumpsters, let's say. You know, because the dumpsters may have some residue in it. You know, it could be anything. A Porta-John company. You know, they got a bunch of the Porta-Johns down there that could just be, so, you know, just a little bit of a smell, but it could be an odor. You know, it's just something I wanted to get before the board, you know, that depending on who he rents to, you know, this could become a problem. And again, then it's gonna put the burden back on the residents to try to get enforcement again.
Anything that is done either by the applicant here or anybody to whom they might lease the property has to be done within the confines and constraints of what the permit allows. Now, if you're thinking that maybe the permit, even though the applicant right now is not proposing, say to use the example, is not proposing to store any dumpsters there, if storage of dumpsters is otherwise considered to be within within the definition of a contractor's yard, the board may want to consider covering that sort of possibility with conditions regarding sort of nuisances that might arise that we maybe didn't specifically anticipate. Not quite sure what our options would be, but I think the key point is that the same rules that apply to Mr. McCurry here would apply to anybody to whom he leases space.
Right, I
And
understand that.
We'd be looking to make sure that those rules adequately cover everything that is currently planned or could conceivably be included in the authorized use. Fiona?
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair, just in the past, the board has conditioned use similar to this, requiring a good neighbor commitment type of paperwork where, you know, a write-up of basic good neighbor commitments is listed and provided with a copy of, you know, the decision as Mr. McCura and his council have agreed to do. Where they sign off, and that could include, you know, odor, etc. And you know, they're required to comply with those commitments. And if they're not, then that's recorded, and that would be an enforcement tool.
Right,
Well,
and then what would the town's recourse be at that point?
Then the building department would then do an investigation, check the compliance of the good neighbor commitments. If they don't comply, then they take the necessary action to.
And what would that action be?
I mean, I don't want to speak to the building department, but like a cease and desist would be the natural.
Okay, because I've seen other violations that I've seen extensive write-ups and then no follow-up.
If I may, that's kind of why we're here now.
Right.
Is trying to condition and get it into an enforceable place that's so your quality of life is improved, and also Mr. McCura can operate a business, and we can try and find some middle
No,
ground.
obviously, yeah, that's what, you know, like we've said all along, you know, we're working together, we're trying to come to a common solution. It's just wanted to make sure that, you know, any kind of angles that could occur, we cover, just,
Sure.
you know, because I've seen once problems start, they seem very hard to rectify, and I don't want to end up in that place again.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you. I've got a hand up on Zoom.
Playing off that, or the last couple, there was the mention of right-of-way, rules about right-of-ways, and the plan shows that the right-of-way goes all the way to the end of the property, to your property. Apparently that's Wyman Gordon on the end. I can't tell from what I'm looking at. How do we justify a gate on a right-of-way, given the rules that were cited?
Mr. Hassinger, the only reason why there's a gate there was to restrict people from trespassing on my property.
Yeah, but
I'm liable for anyone that walks on the property.
It's what?
I am liable for anyone that walks on the
But
property.
that's true for all of the properties that are being crossed by the right-of-way. Should they all put gates up to protect them from the right-of-way?
If I may, Mr. Hassinger,
Yeah.
my interpretation, and of course, again, not a lawyer, but the easement allowing a right of way extends all the way to Wyman Gordon. The final property on this right of way is Mr. McCura's property right now. If another property was to require the use of the easement and have the property go beyond that, I would expect there to be no gate there at that point. But in my opinion, where Mr. McCura's property is the final on the right of way as it exists today, to me, there is no problem with there being a gate there.
No, there is a property at the end. There's Wyman
Beyond
Gordon. And Wyman Gordon keeps developing and changing and whatnot.
Wyman Gordon
So
does.
they have a right to go down there, maybe just have access to that part of their property. This is why, it's why I'm having trouble untangling the thing. But, okay, you had someone that wanted to talk.
Yes, we give someone on Zoom the opportunity to chime in here. Stephen Airy has a hand up.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Steve Airy, 13 Hollywood Drive. Thanks for having me on Zoom. Wish I could be there in person. In terms of the road and the easement, this concerns me because the gate right now causes trucks to have to illegally back up all the way down Donahue Lane. And I've seen trucks going backwards on to 122, and there's kids in that neighborhood, so that's very concerning. In terms of subletting and leasing, in my opinion, just very basically speaking, like the owner has not really earned, in my opinion, the privilege of subletting and renting by not following the 2015 special permit. So why should we grant extensions and allow them to sublet it out to other people when they haven't gained our trust? My final point for now, I guess, is the hours of operation also. I think a full shift on Saturdays is a lot. I think if an employee shows up to work on a Saturday, they're not just going to do limited work. They're going to do what they need to do to get the week planned out for the next week or to finish up work that they didn't finish the previous day. We're just trying to enjoy our property 2 out of 7 days a week. And I think that 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. is already long hours. So a full shift on a Saturday, I think, is just not fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karen Merrill. I live at 15 Hollywood Drive. I've lived there for 25 years, and it's been a great neighborhood. And the other day I went out to pick my lettuce, and the trucks were slamming, and the smell of feedback was wafting, and I thought, well, anyway. So to follow on to what Steve Airy just said, if there are hours on Saturday and something is going on down there that's not supposed to be based on what you are agreeing to, who do we call? And, how do we stop it from happening? If we see something like that going on. And again, the only reason I say that is there's been so many things about the work going on this property that just has been not part of the special permit. So that's a concern. And then one more comment about the right-of-way needing to go to Wyman Gordon. If there's a fire at Wyman Gordon, are the trucks going to just smash through your gate and like barrel down to that end if the fire happens to be down that way? I mean, I just don't understand how you can. I get that you've got liability on your property, but I believe that gate is causing a lot of problems. So that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I don't see any other hands on Zoom. No other hands here in the room. Any follow-up from you guys?
Not to beat the dead horse, but just to put on the record again, there seems to be this assumption that the gate is blocking a truck turnaround. The width of the right-of-way stays the same the entire way. So by assuming there should be no gate, which the gate's a whole different discussion, but we're not blocking a turnaround. Basically what's being asked is for the turnaround to occur on private property, because we're the last one on the road, bear the responsibility of essentially giving private property for the turnaround. This is more of a overall right-of-way issue, a town trash pickup perhaps, where the truck is big enough that it needs to be able to turn around and the road can't accommodate it. I think, we're willing to do the turnaround as a give back and hopefully a community benefit, for lack of a better term. But I just wanted to be clear for the record that we're not restricting, delivery trucks from going to a turnaround. They're obligated or eligible or have rights to go. We're trying to create now a turnaround on private property that doesn't exist.
Okay.
So again, not to talk about that any further, but hopefully there's a solution there that people like, as opposed to just saying we're causing the situation. Saturday till 3:00 to me, I'm sorry, it's not a full shift. We've severely restricted operations on the site. We feel that's a fair compromise. If, a truck has to go out and work until 2:30 and is trying to come back and just park the truck and leave in their passenger vehicle, we just don't want to be getting complaints every time there's a car that goes there till 3:00. We are restricting heavy equipment use and not doing any dumping. So essentially what we're proposing is very light work in the shop or dropping off trucks and driving home. And that's why we thought it was a fair compromise for the Saturday shift. So with that, I think that's...
Yeah, and I think probably some people's questions revolve around seeing to it that those conditions are adhered to.
Mm-hmm.
You've talked a bit about CCTV monitoring, and Karen there just asked as well. If we do hear something we don't like, we think there's a problem. Who do we call?
Mm-hmm.
And and part of the answer to that is that the enforcement, with sufficiently rigorous conditions in here, the enforcement is through the building inspector's office, the zoning enforcement officer. Happens on weekends. There might not be anybody in the office on weekend, but that's true for any potential zoning violation.
But there were complaints, and they weren't dealt with.
Yeah.
And why was that? And will it not be the case in the future?
Enforcement is usually something that's a little bit easier said than done, but we have to provide the hooks that can be used to implement enforcement. Any other questions, comments, Fiona?
Would the board want to consider the types of vehicles? The prior special permit talks about the specific vehicles that are allowed and not allowed, and I'd kind of like to get that figured out if we can now. The prior special permit discusses specifically in the findings pickup trucks, bobcats, and then talks about piping, trench shoring, storage. It says no dump trucks or bulldozers. I guess I just wanted to be very clear, what are we looking at with this proposed revision, and we need that level of detail, because if different vehicles emit different noises and some are louder than others, etc. So if we could try and get maybe the applicant can give us some insight to what they're thinking specifically, and then we can go from there. Obviously, snow clearing vehicles is mentioned here. obviously we I think we've discussed pickup trucks in the hearing, throughout the hearing process. I'm just concerned about these larger, more noisier vehicles.
Yeah, so where that seems to be relevant is just number one, just generally what vehicles are expected to be allowed to use the facility at any time. There's the idea of limiting, on Saturdays, limiting it to a certain subclass of vehicles, essentially not heavy equipment, only truck trips permitted. You're thinking we need to be more specific about what we mean by heavy equipment and trucks?
Yeah, I think if we're we're evaluating conditioning a permit, based on hours and reduced activity on a Saturday, and then there is a bullet point here, company vehicles, but I just want to, company vehicles could be a lot of different things, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page about what that would entail.
Not sure I know the answer to that, but if there are some more specific descriptions of vehicle categories that are generally well understood and sort of fit the different categories that we're looking at needing to describe here.
I think the idea would be to be treated as a contractor's yard with commercial vehicles and potentially heavy equipment, but that's the whole point of the more strict hours of operation and not operating that way on Saturday. So I think we're just asking to be treated as a contractor's yard, and then those other timeframes and restrictions will provide the safeguards and enforceability if anything ever were to occur outside of those parameters. But I think that's part of this amendment to the special permit is I think the 2015 permit kind of took how do you operate now and memorialized it with, in some cases, not enough specificity, and in some cases, maybe too much. So I think just to be treated as a contractor's yard with the restriction on hours and Saturdays is what we're looking for.
How would you like to follow up on that? Quick question.
I think it's up to the board.
I just have something to add. We're being asked to kind of condition what specific commercial vehicles we're going to have on the site, but yet we're being asked to utilize my private property as a turnaround for essentially any vehicle that comes down Donahue Lane. So it's, you're restricting us from what we're able to park there, but you're allowing any vehicle to come down the road and turn around on my property. So I feel like it's kind of a double standard.
And is that a serious problem, or is that a argument point?
We're going to provide the turnaround for the abutters. That's not an issue. But I just don't want to be conditioned in a similar fashion where that's going to just trigger, a different type of truck is on site. So, the owner's in violation.
I think maybe we'll be able to answer some of this better when we see what you propose for the turnaround capability. We'll be able to talk about what that looks like and what can and can't happen. Don't you think?
Well, we would propose the standard subdivision turnaround radius that you have in your.
I want to see. I want to see a drawing. I want you to get it down on paper.
Yeah. So that sort of a plan showing what that looks like, and we could condition the approval to require that be submitted. We could ask for a plan to be drawn up and included in the decision.
I want to have it in our exhibits before we close the hearing.
All right, so that would be an action item from tonight to draw up a plan for a turnaround, bring that back to the board.
That can be part of
So we
the decision.
we can then incorporate that into the decision. I think that's generally how this board likes to deal with situations like that. We have on occasion contemplated as a condition of approval to subsequently produce a plan like that and bring it back to the board for approval. But it's much neater and cleaner if we could wrap it all up in the initial special permit decision. And
Yeah, well, in this case, I'm concerned, very concerned with getting something satisfactory, getting compliance sufficiently, so I don't think this is a good case for submit it afterwards.
Yeah, I would prefer to see it as part of the permitting procedure here.
Okay, well, they're gonna have to come back anyway, so.
We have one hand on Zoom, Mr. Airy.
So,
Yes.
To Fiona's point, were you calling me? I'm sorry, David. I'm sorry, Chair. I had my hand up. This is Andrea.
Yes, I saw.
Okay,
I saw,
great.
I saw Stephen's hand up. Well, if Stephen could hold off for a minute, Andrea. Go ahead.
Okay. To Fiona's point, I think I'm just getting a little confused now. The zoning in that area is for certain vehicles to be allowed for the business to use. Is that what you were trying to get at, Fiona? Because now we're talking about other vehicles coming in and turning around that have nothing to do with this business. So is it two different issues?
If I may, so my concern was really about the vehicles that are associated with this use on this property and the level of noise generated, because some of this heavier machinery, gets quite loud. We've heard concerns in the past about how loud it can be, and I was just looking for some direction about what those kind of heavier duty vehicles would be, so that we can have an idea just from a and condition the permit accordingly. I mean, if that was really all I meant. I wasn't speaking to like the turnaround issue specifically. If Saturday is going to have an operation that's reduced based on Monday through Friday and those types of vehicles, I just want to know what those are, because to folks' point that have come and approached the board, Saturdays, who do they call? I could see problems happening there, and I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
The zoning per se, that zoning district doesn't help us with the vehicles. Mm-hmm. It's the special permit to limit a particular place in that zoning to a particular set of parameters. And that's why we're dealing with it here.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up, Fiona.
Sure.
Let's go back to Mr. Airy, who's patiently waiting with his hand up on Zoom.
Hi, can you all hear me still?
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, thanks for your time again. Just a request to the board as we consider, making decisions. I appreciate the applicants reaching out to us to engage in, discourse, but I just want us to not overlook the numerous past violations because what was in the 2015 special permit, a lot of that stuff wasn't followed, and I don't believe that what we come up with tonight is going to be followed. So I have a lot of concerns. So I'm hopeful that the planning board, you guys can look through that evidence board and see what has actually happened if you haven't recently, just before a decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So let me just touch one more time on Fiona's point about descriptions of vehicles. If we get too specific in itemizing vehicle types, we're certainly going to miss one. So it's a risk, and I see this in many different ways. When you try to get too detailed and itemize this, and are good, this, and those are bad, you're bound to miss something if you get overly specific. So what I think we would be looking for are, in the different, like, again, going to what's expected to be, what's allowed during business hours, Monday through Friday, the kinds of vehicles that you're limited to on a Saturday, any potential vehicles allowed or disallowed other times. We want the descriptions to be sufficiently clear that anybody kind of knows this is okay, this is not okay. But we don't want to have some gaps in there that, well, I don't know whether this is good or bad. I don't know where this fits. So I'm not quite sure. I think that's what we want to work towards is to describe these different categories of vehicles: company vehicles, private vehicles like employee vehicles, cars and trucks, company vehicles of various sizes, heavy equipment versus just equipment, versus trucks moving in and out. I don't exactly know how we want to. I think we want to be able to describe that in a way that's sufficiently clear to be enforceable, but not so complicated as to be potentially confusing.
Mr. Chair, maybe the solution is tying it to the noise nuisance bullet point and, ambient noise level, or if we don't want to get into the level, that level of specificity, which I agree, like doing a kind of itemized list of all these different types of vehicles can get problematic if one is missed. I think that it's just the overarching concern is larger vehicles generate a lot of noise. I just want to try and be cognizant of that.
So it sounds to me like we've got, with the exception of details like describing the vehicles and a specific a plan on paper for the turnaround, sounds like we've got pretty much everything else is pretty well lined up. So
I don't have a I guess I think it's really the board kind of determining that's the case and going from there. I think my only other comment would be, I notice in the correspondence, the stockpiling may or may not have to be altered, and that is being used as a mitigation measure between the applicant and the abutter. So which can be addressed through the conditions of the permit, but I just want to make sure that is also, that's my only other issue, is that if you're removing pieces of the protective barrier between the site and the abutters that's supposed to be helping to mitigate, why, I guess, would that be a solution? And I think that maybe the applicant can answer that now. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the way that was supposed to play out in real time, but
the barrier is going to remain permanent. It won't be picked away at or removed from the site. So
okay.
Yeah, the whole berm that you described here, that's
permanent feature.
Permanent fixture.
Yes.
I just pulled up a list of what at least this things are the vehicles for a contractor's yard. I'm just wondering if people see anything that would be not listed here or anything that is listed here that we want to be cautious about. Pickup trucks, vans, flatbed trucks, dump trucks, excavators, bobcats or skid steers, trailers, open, enclosed or open, used for hauling equipment, materials, or small vehicles, cranes, concrete mixers, used for mixing and transporting concrete to job sites, forklifts used for lifting and transporting heavy pallets of material, and boom trucks. does that trigger anybody's concern either way? I would think concrete trucks that aren't making concrete are just parking, maybe. Don't they have to go somewhere to get the concrete? But I don't want them sitting there doing their thing. Okay, well.
Anything? If there's nothing else, I think the action going forward here, the board is asking for a drawing to show the turnaround. Other than that, the board may have some matters for discussion as they deliberate, on the draft decision. And there's some, when we get to the point of closing the hearing and Fiona begins drafting a decision, there will be probably some details that come up that need to be resolved. But otherwise, other than that, if we have everything on the record, except for the turnaround plan, I think well, you were going to say something.
We're just going to say there was a turnaround plan on file on one of the previous applications.
The previous application had a turnaround plan as part of the last year's submission.
Okay.
I'm just throwing that out there if that could be a possibility to find a decision and utilize that plan.
Mr. Chair, if I may, one thing that I think, would maybe have Mr. McCura kind of formalize that request, because we have been pretty strict about keeping the record current with current new testimony, and I understand that this is playing out right now and wasn't anticipated, but I just want to make sure that we do this correctly.
It's not gonna get the hearing closed tonight anyway, because we have to get it either from you or from the previous record, and then look at it and consider whether it's adequate at another session of the hearing anyway. Fiona might be able to start sketching some of the decision along the way, depending on her.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a turnaround plan,
I'm just trying to find some common ground here, Mr.
right?
Chairman.
I know we're trying to get this thing done.
Yeah, we're trying to get it done, and we do have something on file, which is supplemental.
Right. If you have done a turnaround plan, but it's not part of the record of this hearing, if you can dig that up, submit it for the record of this hearing, that would satisfy, that would give the board something to look at. But, in any case, since we don't have a turnaround plan on the record for this hearing as of yet, we would want to keep the hearing open for at least another 2 weeks to get that turnaround plan submitted as part of the record. And if that's the only item of information we're waiting for, we ought to be able to deal with that at the next hearing, wrap it up.
So for the inevitable request for continuance, would the board be able to accommodate us on the 9th? Is that the next hearing?
I should think so.
Yep, that's the next hearing.
I'll move that the board grant the applicant's forthcoming written request to continue this hearing until September 9th at 7:30 p.m.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Wood?
Aye.
Mr. Hessinger?
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan?
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman.
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody, for participating in this hearing. And if all goes well, we can wrap this up in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Should I, make a motion to go past 10 o'clock now?
Might as well.
I move that the board, vote to, extend the meeting beyond 10 PM if necessary.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Wood.
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan.
Nope.
Mr. Venkatraman.
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried by a vote of 4 in favor and 1 against. Moving on to our final public hearing of the evening. 17 to 27 Upton Street. So anything you want to say to start this off, Fiona?
Sure. So I have, so I've reviewed this application. I've been corresponding with the applicant about the outstanding requirements based on what this board can reasonably require. And the loop has been closed with the fire department. The DPW the loop has been closed with them as well. There was a comment about, doing the road safety audit, from the DPW director that we did talk about at the last hearing. And that, would be, a potential, condition. I have reviewed, zoning compliance. Again, we were covered there. I have been in contact with, a representative from the Mass Historic Commission who, in the most polite way possible, basically said it's not the board's problem to be worried about this. I think in terms of the barn and the specifics around the barn, that will be hashed out by a Mass Historic Commission professional who will be overseeing the project notification form application, making their own individual findings. That's how that is going to play out.
Did the finding that we're talking about get into our record? Because I don't think I've ever seen this famous finding that changed the course of the barn or order or whatever it was.
A specific finding about the barn, I think the applicant agreed during the hearing process to keep it and updated the plans, and those plans
No,
are in.
but supposedly because somebody told them that there was a problem with taking down the barn.
That we had a letter in the record from the Historical Commission.
Historical Commission.
Yeah, Historic Commission, sorry.
Okay.
And we had heard through public commentary throughout the hearing process that the public would like to see the barn kept. Specifics around how the barn will be kept will be up to Mass Historic. That was my only point. Other than that, Graves had no outstanding concerns, and neither did our MDM. And I spoke with them on the phone about this specifically. So I think a lot of these points will be touched upon by the applicant. They have a presentation, so I'll hand it over unless the board wants to ask me any specific questions. To see Andrea's hand is up.
Andrea?
So, are we going to talk about the barn then after the presentation? Because I know Fiona just brought it up. I can wait until the presentation gets done again. I don't, it doesn't matter.
It's up to the board.
Yeah, let's let the applicant present their latest, and then we can discuss particular topics after that.
Good evening. I'm Jean Christie, Principal Engineer with Ty and Bond, here tonight with representatives from the applicant team, Brendan Giblin from Brendan Homes, and John Grant from GSX Ventures, who's on Zoom. Collectively tonight, along with a number of professionals online, we are looking for site plan review and special permit under the Village Mixed Use Gateway District. based on some of the feedback we've received at previous meetings, tonight we're going to focus a little more heavily on some of the architectural features of the building, some updates that were made to the exterior of the facility, and then kind of giving a more detail about where we're getting these ideas from, and kind of relating them more to the town and what's currently in town here. So with that, I'm going to turn over to John Fisher from Michael Graves, who's going to walk us through the video again, and then a number of architectural slides, which kind of more further detail all of this information.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here to view our updates. I'm John Fisher, Principal at Michael Graves Architecture, and I will be presenting the architectural updates to the project that address comments from numerous planning meetings prior. You'll be seeing an updated rendered video and still images of the building that we're not ready for that yet. I'll say what go on the video. Can you pause it?
Yep.
I'll say next slide or go video. So thank you, Fiona. The video will travel east on Upland Street from the common site. You'll see side-by-side images of the site as it stands today via street views compared to renderings of the future project. You'll be able to see the proposed material palette and see where each material is proposed on the major elevations. You'll also see side-by-side images of the proposed and existing buildings nearby, namely the Grafton Inn, the library, the firehouse, the barn, where we drew our cues. Using these side-by-side images, we will show how this building will fit into the immediate existing neighborhood by mirroring the materials, windows, and architectural features of the surrounding buildings. We will also present the first floor plan of this building and dive into the specific amenity spaces planned. Lastly, we'll present an overview of the sustainable features of this project before passing it back to Gene for the civil updates. Okay, now we can start the video. See. And next.
I cannot see the video on Zoom.
And Mr. Fisher's audio seems to be cutting out for the majority of this video playing.
Okay, here we go. There we go. Let's see. At that point, you will reach the Griffin. The new building is L-shaped. With the long portion set back from the street, the building is broken up with the material changes, inset balconies, and grouped windows with trim detailing to help further reduce the scale. The end walls of each wing feature forms and brick detailing. On the back side, the building is screened by the existing mature trees and foliage of the wetlands. Driving back west on Upton, you will get one last view of the building here. And these trees, both before the building and after the building, are existing trees along Upton Road there. So. Okay, now we can go to the first slide.
Can I just ask a quick question, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Is that fly through was the most current version? I think there was a planning board member who mentioned that he couldn't see it on Zoom for some reason. I think Prabhu said that.
Yeah.
So I just want to be clear that this has already been played and before, so it's not new, technically new information.
It is not new in the sense of it is the same path, although we have tweaked it slightly to show more of the barn in this fly through and more of the entrance and showing the existing trees on either side of the main property. So yes, Fiona, the video is very similar to previous, but those minor tweaks have been updated to be consistent with the current planning tweaks and twists and turns. So,
A copy of that PowerPoint is in the record.
yeah. On this top of this slide is the existing view looking northwest to the barn and the surrounding land. We identified through historical records, Sanborn maps, etc., that the barn was erected sometime between 1904 and 1910. As you can see in the below image, we will be keeping the barn as a contributing structure in the historic district. And then next slide. That's this. Okay. These images are taking a closer look at the barn itself. As stated previously, the building is currently being used as storage and will remain as storage. We will sensitively clean up, update features on the barn like windows, doors, and the roof. It will be painted and renovated so that it can remain in a serviceable condition. And it'll certainly get studied further as we move further along with it. So, next slide. This view, if you travel a little further up Upton Street, you will begin to see our building clearer from the post office. The post office is the closest building to you in these before and after images. As you can see, when driving down the street, due to the majority of the building being set back from the street, there's only a small portion of the building that you can see from this vantage point. The portion that you do see blends in with the post office and the existing neighboring buildings due to the same sloped roofs, materials, and general building shapes. Next slide. This view shows the approach to this project from the east side, as also seen in the fly-through. You can see the removal of the Department of Public Works building and the introduction of sidewalks. The tree to the left you see in this image will remain, as well as the trees to the right and the far back. Keeping these existing trees will maintain the streetscape along Upton, and the site will improve by removal of the failing industrial structures from the construction of this new architecturally sensitive building. Next slide. This in the dramatic enhancement to the site that our project proposes. Shown here, again, the building will be set back far from the street to reduce the scale. Through material changes, inset balconies, and grouped windows, the building will be further reduced in scale. There will be trees along Upton, which will help to maintain the planting pattern along the street. Slide. Close-up view of the building from the perspective of the parking lot. You can see the clear indication of the entry.
One more slide.
Dead center here.
We should be.
Hello? Okay. Full building height of the brick, the canopy, triple windows, arched window, and the gable end. This is an area where the amount of brick was increased significantly from the last meeting.
Could you help me understand what was added?
Yes,
Or
we
how it
will
was changed?
in the very next slide here. Well, the 2 slides are forward. Before we dive into the elevations of the building, we would like, so if we get to see the next slide. Before we dive into the elevations of the building, we would like to provide a sense of the materials we're proposing. These materials were taken from or inspired from the nearby buildings. We'll show comparisons of those in just a few slides to answer your question, Bob. For the roof, we're looking at dark gray architectural shingles. On the majority of the building, we'll be using a combination of red brick, white smooth siding, white lap siding, and gray lap siding. To a lesser extent, there will be white board and batten in select places. White trim and precast concrete will be used for architectural details. Next slide. And here I think you'll get a sense for this, Bob. Now we can look at how and where these materials are being applied to the building. You can use the key plan in the upper right-hand corner to orient yourself. Upton Street would be along the bottom of that plan. This is the long elevation facing Upton Street. You can see that same entry we just looked at on the right-hand slide. There have been a couple of architectural updates that you'll see moving forward. The biggest update on this image is the left-hand side. In the previous presentations, the brick was on the west end, the end kind of facing to the left of this, where this image is, and and now we've brought that brick around to the front along with that chimney to present more brick to the front street elevation. We moved this feature to its current place on the south elevation facing us. We'll look at this a bit closer in just a little bit in the presentation, but this was an inspiration from the library building in terms of the shape of that brick feature, etc. Between this feature being moved, the additional brick above the entry, we added additional brick above the entry and additional brick at the first floor. The amount of brick was increased substantially from the last time presented. We will have typical running bond throughout. With soldier courses to cap each brick mass. Punctuating the brick will be a precast concrete wainscot running along the first floor windowsills. We'll have white and gray lap siding starting at the second floor up to the bottom sill of the fourth floor story windows. Smooth siding panels will be above that. There will be a good view of the shingle roof as it slopes upward toward the parking lot or from the parking lot. The roof, the walls, corners, and windows will all have white trim to enhance the building and tie materials together. Next slide. This is the 90-degree, the building is not really a 90-degree, but essentially the right-hand view of where we were looking. The view you just were looking at is on the left, kind of angled out towards us of this image. This west facade is facing the same parking lot. As you can see, those same materials and arrangements carry over to this face. A difference here is the parking garage openings will feature metal lattice in the openings, so it's an open garage and with precast headers rather than white trim. As far as updates go, you can also see that the gable end has been updated on the right-hand side of this image, facing has the 6 windows above and the garage opening below to show shutters and a round louver feature in the pediment, inspired by the Grafton Inn, similar to the Grafton Inn. And next slide.
If you can hear me, I believe we lost you, Mr. Fisher.
Why does that keep cutting out? Thank you for the reminder. Have you heard any of this elevation?
We heard nothing on this slide.
Okay. This is the main facade closest to Upton Street. It features the same brick at the first floor precast framed openings for the parking garage, gray lap siding and white trim as the other facades in the center, and all brick wall similar to previous that again was inspired by the library in the center of this running brick wall. The brick will change to a herringbone pattern to add visual interest. It will be framed by stacked brick on either side and crowned with a brick arch at the top. Punctuating the top of the herringbone pattern will be a large circular window unique to the property. To cap the entire wall, we have a chimney-like column of brick again, similar to the fire station and the library. As we look at surrounding buildings in the next slides, not yet, with elevations of this project, we'll compare images of this property and some of the other properties. We can go to the next slide, where we see the Grafton Inn. And first of all, just some of the features with the single hung windows, divided lights. Grafton also has a modern, the Griffin is using in a modernized way the windows that our building also takes from the inn, the arched window and the pediment that is over the entry. Next slide. A little bit more obvious. The Grafton Inn and the Griffin both use the white horizontal lap siding on the exterior walls and dark shingles for the roof. Both use white trim to highlight openings and add details. As mentioned earlier, we also added the dark shutters to the west elevation of our building to call back to the Grafton Inn. Next slide. Again, the windows have muntins dividing the windows into individual lights, similar to our building. The library also incorporates that high arched window but triple window units rather than single unit ones. These window types are both found at the entry to the Griffin. And next slide. The Griffin takes from the library the massing shapes. As you can see at the library, 2 triple-story brick masses cap either end of either side of the single-story body, skinned in gray lap siding with a roof sloping towards you. The brick book ends have precast concrete details, sloped tops, and a chimney-like peak. Near that peak, there's a unique feature that adds visual interest and level of importance to the building. In the bottom image that shows the full south elevation of the Griffin, you can see a similar architectural language, 2 large brick masses that act as end caps to a long body skinned with gray lap siding. The brick end caps have similar precast concrete details, sloped tops, and a chimney-like peak. Near the peak, there's a unique feature, in this case, a circular window that adds visual interest. Next slide. Trust me, we're getting to the end here. Finally, we looked at the firehouse that is right across the street and to this property and right across the street of this property. The firehouse building uses similar exterior materials as previous 2 buildings with regard to the brick and some of the massing shapes, but the red brick, white trim details, a sloped dark shingle roof, windows, and muttons, and precast concrete in areas like the datum line below the first floor window sills and the opening headers. So different building uses, certainly functions. The firehouse is a different function entirely with large doors, but similar architectural features and detailing. Next slide. We're moving into the plans. Given the comparisons shown today, we trust that you can see we've thoroughly examined the surrounding buildings to shape our architectural language of this building. Next, we can closely look at the building first floor plan. The bottom half of this plan shows parking where, whether in the open field parking to the left or in the open covered parking garage to the right-hand side. The top half of this plan is for resident and amenity spaces. We'll focus on that next in the next slide. Zooming in to exclude the parking so we get a little bit closer view. Here we have added some color for easy understanding. Green perimeter, vegetation surrounding the path or around the path that surrounds the building. In the gold color, there are residential units, mix of various sizes. In the light yellow are building service spaces like vertical circulation, like elevators, stairs, etc. Loading, storage. In red for the interior and light gray for the exterior are the amenity spaces. Only a resident will be able to enter from the covered parking garage through the connecting door at the east side of the building that is between the bike storage and dog wash room. Visitors or a resident who parks in the open air parking lot will come in through the main entryway that is in red just west of inside the corner of the L. Next slide. Zooming in a little bit more to that center entry area. These spaces are in addition to the dog park in terms of amenity spaces, are in addition to the dog park, lawn area, picnic areas that are further west on the site away from the building. As residents or postal workers enter from the bottom of this page, they will have, in the red vestibule area there, they will have easy access to the mail room and package room, which will feature traditional UPS mail and package boxes and an additional locker service for the other package deliveries. Moving straight past the lobby area and the management office, a resident or guest will walk past a piano and seating area where they will find a variety of activities intertwined with different hangout space options. There is plan for shuffleboard and a billiard table. For more soft seating to the north are more comfortable couches and lounge chairs. Here, people will be able to gather in small groups for talking or playing a tabletop activity. The decorated shelves of the north wall will be home to some of these activities, plus books, a fireplace, and a TV for enjoyment. To the left, More cafe-like seating can be found. Traditional tabletops and booths will be provided for eating or card playing and other activities. A common community kitchen with an island and bar seating will be included to prepare snacks or drinks and available to the outdoor meeting living spaces just outside. Next slide. Or no, hold on before we go to the next slide. This kitchen will go hand in hand with the two easily accessible outdoor grills to the left top of this image. The grills and adjacent outdoor tabletops will be shaded by a trellis. More lounge space spans across the top of the image. To the far left, people can enjoy sitting around an outdoor fire pit or begin to stroll on the walking path around the building. If there's a desire for more private, secluded gathering space, the reservable assembly room at the center left of this image fulfills that need. For more individual focused work or simply printing, the Griffin will provide a business center. Residents can also enjoy a comprehensive fitness center to the right of this image with aerobics machine, weights, and a yoga studio. The Griffin will offer a variety of thoughtful design spaces, fostering a vibrant community where residents and visitors can connect, relax, work, or play. It will provide residents the opportunity to stay within their community while also welcoming new residents as additional housing options are developed. We're confident that the Griffin will foster a vibrant community where people can connect and thrive and live in Grafton. Next slide. Last meeting, a town resident showed interest in the sustainability features and standards that are integral to this project. So we'll walk through them here. Starting with codes, we're following the 2021 International Code, Energy Conservation Code and the Massachusetts Stretch Code, which is more stringent than the LEED Platinum rating. These codes ensure that our building meets stringent energy efficiency requirements, helping to reduce overall energy consumption. Moving to the site, we're enhancing the current stormwater management to manage runoff effectively. We're committed to invasive species removal and buffer zone mitigation to protect the local ecosystem. To encourage sustainable transportation, we're providing EV charging stations and including both short-term and long-term bike parking spots. As for the most sustainable form of transportation, we are promoting walkability while supporting existing local retail by installing sidewalks along Upton, which connects to the common. On the building features and systems side, we are still in the process of modeling. We have implemented some of these measures and are evaluating others. We are planning for recycled content building materials to reduce our environmental footprint. The building has been designed with a solar panel ready area, preparing for future solar panel installation and integration. We're also incorporating an all-electric HVAC system and energy recovery ventilators to maximize our energy efficiency. Additionally, we focused on high-efficiency domestic water heating and reduced lighting power to further cut energy, as the building's energy performance will be measured through Home Energy Rating System, or HERS index. Finally, the commissioning will ensure that all building systems are designed, installed, and functioning as intended. In summary, this project has been carefully planned to promote sustainability, energy efficiency, and environmental stewardship. And now Jean will take over from here.
Sure. Thanks, John. Fiona already gave you some of these updates, but I'll run through them again. There's a couple more that I wanted to point out some additional information on. First being, we met with Conservation 2 weeks ago, so it was the 13th after our last meeting with you, and they did close the hearing. There are some conditions, but nothing was, terribly challenging for us. With regard to MassDOT, they did issue their initial findings for the project. Reminder that their review is all work within the state highway layout, so within that 60-foot right of way. They do have some changes that they're looking for in regards to painted crosswalks. They don't want to see painted crosswalks, and that is a MassDOT standard, evidently. Want more detail on our sidewalk construction, the fieldstone wall in front of the primary building. Curbing, radii, things like that. So there's no changes associated with the MassDOT review relative to the proposed build out of the project. It's not changing any of the layout interior to the site. It's just changing work within the state highway layout. Does not change anything substantially, however. Kind of related to that, with the traffic mitigation piece, do want to remind the board that we are committing to a $29,600 fair share contribution for traffic and safety improvements, in addition to the $25,000 commitment for the rectangular rapid flashing beacon to be installed at a future date. We understand that the town, the board, is looking for that road safety audit. There's a couple things I do want to point out with that. One being, since we're funding, the applicant's funding, those mitigation, if we're using those funds, the applicant shouldn't be doing that. We usually like to see another consultant doing it. And then that turns into some challenges with if we condition the road safety audit on another consultant doing the work. Like saying that the road safety audit would be completed before construction. We have no control over that. So I do want to just bring that up to everybody's attention. As Fiona mentioned, Mass Historical Commission, we also have spoken to them about retaining the barn and what we should do for next steps. They did ask us to refile the project notification form, which is kind of just that formal submittal. We intend to keep the barn. And our understanding, based on our discussion with them, is that no alternatives analysis is now required, and we are not anticipating any future or additional plan modifications at this point. Fire department has been satisfied as of late last week. They did confirm that they're satisfied with the fire department connections for the building, apparatus maneuverability, and hydrant locations. And then lastly, the peer review confirmation, just wanted to close the loop on that, saying that GEI did receive the most recent round of drawings and stormwater report and those calculations, and did provide their findings on that prior to our August 12th meeting. So I think with all of that, we're confident that we've addressed concerns of the board, concerns of the public, the peer review, both the traffic and the civil and stormwater, and that we've modified the project and the design of the project to meet our goals, or the town's goals, in the redevelopment here at in the Village Mixed Use District. So this time I turn it over back to the board if you have any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, a couple. When back at the beginning about the barn, I missed somewhere. There was a comment that someone would be overseeing, an engineer or somebody other than us would have something to do with what happens to the barn. Mm-hmm. And I asked about having seen documentation. I quickly looking through our record, I find a letter from the Grafton Historic Commission, Historic District Commission, saying why the barn's important and so on. But that doesn't seem to have anything to do with any oversight going forward. And then I see talk about the Massachusetts Historic Commission, but I haven't seen anything about that, and so I'm not somewhere along in here. I'd like to understand better.
Sure, and I can, I can get the documentation and upload it from Mass Historic, but just, I know this is verbal and it's not what you're looking for specifically, Bob, but they did say that they had a person who will oversee the PNF application for them, oversee the project, and work directly with the applicant to make sure that they fulfill the requirements that they need to.
Do you just have that verbally, or do you have that written?
I'll upload the letter. Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't miss it.
No, you didn't.
Okay, and the other thing is, I've been focused on the architectural treatment. I assume that somewhere along in here, we're going to be getting plans that nail down what it is, so that we can go back later and say, they promised that they do this, and here,
And I think throughout the course of the project, we have been submitting, the various steps of the engineering.
I'm not sure I've seen something that shows me the architectural treatment.
All of the architectural drawings have been submitted to the board.
But I don't know that I've.
Not for this most recent changes.
Okay. Remember, I'm looking on this little bitty screen, and you're.
They're really big drawings
Is
too.
that presentation not included?
The presentation is included in the record.
Because that specifies quite a bit of the details as well. The presentation.
Yeah, but when I tell the building inspector to go out and see if they built what they said that we're gonna build,
But they'll
he's
also-
not gonna wanna look at a video.
But I think
He's
that
gonna
also
wanna
goes
look
with
at
the
a
building
plan.
permit.
But-
They'll see those drawings at that time.
Andrea, you had a question earlier about the follow up on something with the barn.
Yeah, I do. And I kind of have four little topics here. So, and then I should be done because like she said, she's answered everything else. So we're all in agreement that this is, if we're looking at the zoning bylaws, that this is VMUGW. And it was my understanding from the last meeting that the barn was going to be used for storage. Is that correct?
Correct.
So under the bylaws, it clearly states that public storage areas are not allowed under the VMUGW. So is this you want a special permit? You want this to be part of the special permit now? Sorry.
You're not doing public, are you?
It's an existing use.
The thought was that
So who's using it? Is the people in the building are going to be using it for storage, or?
primarily the residents.
Okay, because if you tried to make it some sort of public use, you had to pull a MIPA study. That was what you said in the last meeting. So that's why when one of the select board members got up and asked, can we make this more of a public use since this is VMU, this is overall VMU, you said, well, we can't do that because we would have to pull a MIPA study.
I think that might have been for the demolition of the barn, but the thought is that it would primarily be for storage for the residents of the community.
Okay. My other questions are about the sidewalks and the amenity space and the stormwater. Do you want me to go through all of those right now, or do we want to come back to those?
Yep. You've got questions? Ask
Okay.
them.
So according, if we look at the bylaws again under the VMU GMDW, if we're talking about sidewalks, it clearly states that the sidewalk should be 4 feet. It should be 5 feet in width, and then there should be a furnishing zone with an additional 4 feet. Are you saying that the sidewalks that you've proposed in those drawings all conform to that the whole way down, all the way past to the end of the project where the additional parking is behind the post office?
So where we are proposing sidewalks as part of this project, they are proposed as 5 feet wide. The sidewalks that are proposed by Mass DOT, I don't have control over, and they are what they are, and that's west of the multifamily house. So that includes the area in front of the post office and then the western portion of our project. What else can I say about the frontage zone? I think that was.
So you don't consider that second you don't consider the parking lot behind the post office part of your property?
It is part of our property, but you would not have a sidewalk if not against the public way.
So I just want to keep pulling us back to, we need to go back to the zoning bylaws for this area and read them carefully. This should be a walkable, bikeable community area. The more parking spaces we put in, the less walkable it is. These sidewalks, it's as far as I can tell, and hopefully David can go back and look through this, that under 12.12.3.4, there should be furnishing zones again with an extra 4 feet. And if you go back to the slideshow, Fiona, where there's the pictures of the house, there right now currently on that road, there's a line that looks like, that little bike lane area. So you have a little bit of space between that and the sidewalk. What this is proposing is sidewalk right against this very busy road. And we're trying to build walkable communities. That's why these bylaws were written like this. So I'm just coming from this perspective of being on this board and saying we should be following these bylaws. Now, if you're getting a special permit and this is part of it, fine, but I didn't see that written anywhere. We just need to add this to it, that we're not going to follow the furnishing zones and that this other area isn't going to be taken care of in sidewalks. But it does show it on this video. So, you know, it's just a little disingenuous. The sidewalks are ending somewhere and it doesn't seem walkable to me.
I think one of the challenges here is that this is a DOT jurisdiction road. And even though our bylaw says provide this and that, ultimately Mass DOT is going to have the end say on what's happening in the state highway layout. I don't know, Matt Stouts is our transportation engineer. He and Matt may have some additional input.
Yeah, I can jump in quick. So MassDOT is proposing their 5-foot sidewalk right along the edge of the roadway, like you said, and we're just tying into what they're proposing. You can't really have this disjointed network where like one section is set 5 feet back from the edge of the road and one section is right along the edge of the roadway. So we're just, complying with what MassDOT wants and still providing that continuous path along Route 140.
Okay, well, it'll be interesting to see what we end up with. It's probably going to be concrete and then asphalt. Just so the citizens know what they're possibly getting. We can shift then. I just have 2 more things, guys, and then I'll be done for tonight. So on the required outdoor amenity space, this is part of the special permit that you're asking, that you're waiving that 10% of the land being outdoor amenity space because there's too much parking and you don't have room. In the bylaws, it says under 12.11.13 that payments in lieu of outdoor amenity space by special permit from the planning board and approval from the select board, an applicant may make a contribution towards existing planned civic space within the VMU. So has there been conversations, and this is probably a question for the board, between the planning board and the select board to get some sort of, payment in lieu of this amenity space?
I would like to respond to that.
Okay.
So back following after we received the findings from the town council regarding the ability to waive certain aspects of the zoning bylaw, in which we were informed that we cannot waive that requirement. We redesigned the project. We reviewed the definition of the exterior outdoor amenity spaces with the town planner, and are able to meet that. So we are no longer asking for a waiver of that requirement. We meet that requirement.
Okay, thanks. I'll look back over that. Thanks for that clarity there. So this was just, I know we're not supposed to talk about this portion of the project, but this is going to help me understand one other thing. And this is the only way I was able to find this out, is go back and watch the Affordable Housing Trust meetings, because this isn't all out there. So in the Affordable Housing Trust meetings, someone was asking if for some reason you all don't develop this project, what happens to the land? And it was discussed that the land was going to be signed, it would be signed over to the Affordable Housing Trust. I don't know if that's true, but if that happens and you have a stormwater management here, and what's going to happen with all this runoff, who's going to be responsible for the runoff then? If the developer no longer owns this property and it's being transferred over, or if, and this was the other thing that I understood, that the developer doesn't want to own the property, they're just developing on it, and the Affordable Housing Trust is going to own the land. Was there any discussion about that you know of, or can help clarify that for me? That'd be great. And then that's it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have anything on that.
Do you?
Okay.
Somebody was going to answer that or speak to it?
I think I can speak to it a second here. We talked about that a long time ago with the Affordable Housing Trust, but that was at a point in time where the funds had dried up for loans and LP capital. Right now, the funds are back, interest rates are down, and the project's going to move forward. So we're not contemplating the project not moving forward. We're here actually spending money in order to get the project to move forward so we can actually build this thing and finish it all up. So I wouldn't expect there's gonna be any situation after we put $1 million into this thing and so did the housing trust that we'd be backing off the project. What we really need right now is the approval of the planning board so that we can move the project forward and get our building permits and start construction in the fall.
So then there's no plan for you all to sign the land over, even if you're building the building to the Affordable Housing Trust. This land will be in GSX's name the whole time, even after it's built, and you plan to keep owning the property.
That's absolutely right. We would,
Okay,
we would
perfect.
use it, but the caveats are, Andrea, that we have to provide the 30% affordable housing forever. So you
25%.
can't remove that 25%, I'm sorry, the 31 units. You can't take those 31 units out of the project. And that's what the Affordable Housing Trust wanted in the first place. They wanted the 31 units or the 25%.
That's correct. And I know we're not really supposed to talk about that. I just wanted to get a feel for what was happening with the land, and I appreciate that. Thanks. That's it. Thank you.
Anything else?
Ultimately, if this project is approved by the planning board, the approval and decision is going to be binding to anyone that would eventually own the land if they're looking to do a project of the scope as we approve. If someone wants to eventually own the land in the future and this isn't built, then if they're going to do anything different, they need to come before the relevant boards and seek approvals, both between Conservation Commission, which next year will have even potentially, I think, changes with the mass law with that, but that's Conservation Commission's bite of the apple, and then our board and so on.
Our plans our plans are to build
that.
and hold.
I couldn't hear either you or whoever else was talking. Maybe you can.
Okay, if I may, Mr. Chair, our plans clearly are to build and hold this project.
And whatever the other was it Andrea?
Sounded like Andrea. Any other questions, comments from the board?
Just quickly just to be really clear about the sidewalks. So what portion is included in, so from your main building to the common, right? What portion of that is covered by you, and then what portion of that is by DOT? And I don't know if you can point it out on the map, or like, how do we get it all connected?
If you go to one of the very last slides, the second to last. Or maybe go two more. One more click.
That's 20.
One more click. There you go. So, I can't see this from this distance. How far? Starting from the right-hand side, the sidewalks are not proposed to go all the way to the end of the property because there are no other sidewalks there, but they do go just to the right side of the garage entrance.
Okay.
And then extend across the primary building property, so that area, that frontage, across the single family or the multi-family home. It has a wide driveway, which is not proposed to have new sidewalks. And then that's where it stops, because that's where MassDOT's project begins, right at the property line between the post office and that multifamily home, going west to the common.
So that whole section, and then what stage is that at? Because I know we were talking about, it's at like DOT speed and ish, that kind of stuff. But like, how do we know it's going to be connected to the common?
I'm going to default to Matt Stouts on that.
Yeah, so I was just in touch with MassDOT about 2 weeks ago, and the project is scheduled for construction this summer, and I know we're at the end of the summer now. I mean, this small portion of project is part of a larger mill and overlay job on Route 140 spanning 3 towns. So it is going to take time, and I'm not sure exactly, where their start and end points are within the project limits. But we can definitely be in touch with MassDOT more to understand the exact schedule.
I think it's set for funding for this fiscal year, though.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's when we're talking about the goals of the bylaw and the village mixed use gateway, like to connect to the common is a big part of the goals there. So if we don't get that, we're not achieving the goal.
I think it's already far enough in the MassDOT process where they're ready for construction. It's just getting there. So I would expect that segment of sidewalk would be constructed before our segment of sidewalk.
I'd be really
It's funded, right?
What?
Yes, it is funded.
It's funded, so it's just a matter of having it happen. It's not unfunded.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll be really interested to see how they get this 5-foot sidewalk past the inn.
I don't know if it's going that far. I think MassDOT's project may be ending right
Well,
at the railroad tracks
we were
because
saying-
there's already
yeah.
existing sidewalk there.
Uh,
It's not great, but it's there.
They built the inn before we had such wide roads. Okay.
Anything else from the board? I'll open this up for public comment, everybody keeping mindful of our desire to be respectful of everybody's time, and it is getting late, but we want to give everybody an opportunity to be heard even so. Craig Polar has had his hand up on Zoom for quite a while. I'll give him the first shot.
Thank you very much. 2 quick questions. I'm going to ask the question again that I've asked the last 2 meetings. Has the select board voted on the new scope for this project?
You would have to have the select board answer that question.
Yeah. I asked something like that and I didn't get an answer.
Okay. Okay.
You had another question, Craig?
Other question is, how does it help the town of Grafton and the residents who live here to have a project that was, I heard, originally scheduled for 80 or so, 80 units, and now it's 122 units, which is more than 50% increase? How does that help the town with all the other challenges that we've been talking about as far as traffic and water and...
Oh, well, if I can answer that, the original concept that was accepted had 137 units. It was also twice as big in square footage and was 4 stories high. So this project is half as big as the original project and has about, what do we say, 122 to 137. So it has quite a few fewer units in it. I hope that answers your question.
I guess that answers my questions. I was not aware of that, but to think that this is not a massive 4-story structure, and to hear you as an architect, the developer, talk about the fact that this really looks like the Grafton Inn, and looks like the library, and looks like the fire department. It doesn't. At all.
Everyone has an opinion, sir.
Yeah, I've been here 63 years. I know what those buildings look like. And I've seen your plans. That's all I have.
Thank you, Craig. Next up, I have a hand on Zoom from Ann Foley.
Hi, confirming you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So I had 2 questions, but first I'll just answer Craig Polar as a member of the select board. No, the select board did not vote on a change in the scope of this project. And then I'm just here as Anne Marie Foley, 45 South Street, with 2 questions. So one, in your schematic, when I was there in the room, as you did the drive-by and then with your additional photos, it seemed to me that all of the utilities were underground, and I'm wondering if that is part of the scope of your project. So particularly outside of the barn there, it was really evident that the difference between current versus your proposed was, all those poles and wires were removed. So that's my first question.
I can respond to that.
Great.
The overhead wires that are along Upton Street will still continue to be overhead. There is no plan to put them underground at this time. That is, again, in MassDOT jurisdiction. I think all of our proposed services are coming off of poles, relocated or new poles.
Okay, so maybe in the future for your schematics and for the drive-by, your video, it might be just more genuine if you show that, because it really makes it look completely different without the wires and the poles, obviously. So I think that would be helpful just so that people see, so there's no big surprises, right, when all is said and done. And then additionally, just a question on the barn in relation to the notion of storage. And I appreciate that. I'm so happy to see that Mass Historic Commission got involved to help us save that barn. But I'm just wondering, do you think you will be looking at, paid pods so paid use for these storage units, or do you see it more as storage for your residents? And again, that can be paid or not. But in other words, you know, looking at something similar to what is behind our current hardware store, where it's storage pods that are paid for and open to the public or open to whoever. I'm not so much asking about who it's open to, just more if this is kind of like a paid storage type scenario that you're envisioning.
We think more like kind of cage storing inside the existing structure, primarily for the residents. So there may be some associated fee with that to be determined.
Okay, so not like a paid storage. You know what I'm talking about? That's all over the.
It's not a self store, no.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next hand on Zoom is Ed Frisbee.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck him.
I heard that. So I'd love to actually answer Mr. Polar's question about how this helps Grafton. You know, in case, again, Mr. Polar hasn't heard, Worcester County in Massachusetts is one of the most competitive rental markets in the entire country. That includes San Francisco, Hawaii, New York. We're right up there. And there are people who you pay in your community to perform services for you who desperately need affordable housing. So that's how this helps. There are people in town who are living on one-income households with children. In Massachusetts, if you're earning under $150,000 per year per household, you are considered to be struggling because you can't afford housing. If you are a police officer, if you are a firefighter, if you are a teacher in Grafton, this housing is for you. So it's funny to me when people come to these meetings and they get kind of angry about this housing going in and what used to be sort of a kind of a vacant and polluted lot. And this housing is meant for the people that they employ to help them and to help their children on a day-to-day basis, and ask, how is this helping Grafton? Well, that's how this is helping Grafton. Those people that you rely on to provide your services for you might actually get to live in town. And that's not a bad thing. And back in 2014, the Grafton Economic Development Committee commissioned a study from the Dukakis Center about how to grow Grafton economically and to diversify its tax base. And one of the findings of the study was we needed more workforce housing, because employees, in case you guys haven't noticed, and maybe some of you own businesses where you employ people, have gotten awfully expensive over the course of the past 10 years, especially since 2020. They're asking for more money. And why are they asking for more money? Well, because rent went from something affordable like $1,400 for a 2-bedroom to $3,000 for a 2-bedroom. So now you're paying more for your employees. In fact, Mass Inc., who's a professional poller in Massachusetts, found that 65% of Massachusetts small business owners say the cost of housing has been an obstacle to hiring and retaining employees. 42% called it a major obstacle. Okay? We are in a place where we need to provide housing for people in Worcester County. And it's the people that are your friends, it's the people that are your neighbors, it's the people that are your children, and they can't afford to live here anymore. The cost of housing in Grafton has skyrocketed about 48%. Actually, no, I'm looking at the statistic now. According to the Boston Globe, the median sale price in a house in Grafton rose 60% between 2018 and 2023. So that's how you're helping your community. You're making it diverse, you're making it healthy, and you're providing housing for all sorts of people on different ends of the economic spectrum. And environmentally, you're not taking up 130 single lots or 1-acre lots and tearing down trees. You're doing it on what is an empty, vacant, semi-polluted piece of land that nobody else wanted in an economic district. This is a win all around. You can't build housing here and make sense of it. You can't do it anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Next on Zoom, I've got a hand up from Bill McCusker.
Good evening, folks. You can hear me?
Yes.
So a few different things. One, I think I actually heard this for the first time, and maybe it was said elsewhere, but these units are going to be affordable in perpetuity. Is that correct?
Correct. The 25%.
Okay. I would encourage that to be one of the conditions in your permit. And I think it's very important that gets, incorporated into your permit. I believe the Pine Street development, for some reason, at least at one point in time, wasn't in perpetuity, and that's we don't want to lose that ever. So I hope that becomes part of the permit. Next there was a lot of discussion last meeting about the number of bedrooms, the unit breakdown. I don't know if that ever was settled. Quite frankly, I don't really care, other than, and this is the second thing that I hope the town planner incorporates as a condition in the permit. I hope that this development, the developer, does whatever is necessary to make sure that these affordable units can be incorporated into our SHI, right? So whatever that is, if there's a requirement for a number of 3-bedroom units or what have you, whatever it may be, and I haven't gone to look at the statute or the regulations to identify them. I'm sure our planner can do that, but it seems to me that we want to make a condition of this permit be that the end result is, the 31 affordable units that qualify for our SHI, if that makes sense. That's one of the benefits we want, right?
If I may, Mr. Chair, yeah, that's a requirement of providing affordable housing under this bylaw, is that they're SHI eligible. And the bedroom inquiry that was made was that the loop was closed on that. The applicant is not required to provide any 3 bedrooms. We always encourage that because that's obviously something that we would like to see in Grafton, but they're not required to do that. So.
Yeah, I believe it should be one of the conditions of this permit. Just so there's no finger pointing or something. I hate to have this thing get built and have the state come back to us and say, "Oh, sorry, it doesn't qualify," and then suddenly, the planning department's pointing fingers at the developer, is pointing fingers at somebody else, and that sort of thing. Just put it into make it codified in the special permit, I think would be best. The last thing, the historic district issued a letter that said the barn was built in 1940. And quite frankly, I've always been kind of scratching my head about why something that was built, in the mid 20th century is considered so historic. But then I thought I heard somebody say today that it was built in 1904. And I just kind of looking for a clarification on that.
I think there's a little bit of conflicting reports on the age, because I've heard all 3 of those years as well. We determined at this stage, if it was deemed, significant and preferred to be preserved, then it was just part of our development plan to preserve it. I think it's a great looking structure. It certainly had some, there were, some local folks that were keen to save it. So.
Hey, Brendan, if I could add, Sanborn maps, which are historic insurance maps across many states and cities, indicate kind of every several years what the conditions are of a town and all, and what in 1904 it showed the structure that was there was a map between 1904 and 1910. In 1904 it was not there. In 1910 it was, which is this piece of barn along Upton Road itself, and then in later editions at some other dates, the addition around to the back, you can see in this image, or that goes bottom page, top to page away from Upton Road, was added. And if you look closely at images of the barn, or if you're walking by, that piece along the road has an old stone foundation, whereas the piece perpendicular to the road has a much newer foundation and structure system, for what it's worth.
Good. Thank you. The last thing I'm just going to go piggyback a little bit on what Mr. Prizzi was saying, as far as what the benefit to the town is for this project. sometimes, a lot of times, and I know people have expressed concern about things like schools and impact of schools. My thought is, wouldn't it be such a positive impact to the school system if teachers actually had a place to live here in town? So imagine how good it would be for young teachers moving to our district to teach our children if they could actually live in our town and set down roots here in Grafton as they start to grow their career. And I think that's just such a huge benefit. I mean, right now, as a new teacher comes into Grafton, they can't afford to live here in most cases. They have to live far away. So they're not setting roots down here. They're not necessarily going to stay here. And I just think that it's just a huge benefit to be able to say that we have a place that teachers and others, obviously, our policemen, our firemen, whoever else, the workforce, as Mr. Prisby mentioned, can actually live here in town, set down roots here in town, start to grow their families here in town. I just think I just can't think of a better benefit. I applaud the developer for the changes they made to meet the requests that people have made through the process. I thank them for doing that, and I look forward to seeing this project get built. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Next hand on Zoom is Dan Kusher.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Dan Kusher, 79 Keith Hill Road. I won't repeat what Mr. Prisby and Mr. McCusker said, but I'll add to that. Just benefits to the town. They're doing a lot in terms of conservation, especially with the 25-foot buffer. They're removing pavement and concrete and gravel from the 25-foot buffer. They're removing over 11,000 square feet of building from the buffer, and they're also increasing the vegetation from about 12,000 to almost 20,000 square feet. And they're doing that with native species, according to the June 18th Conservation Commission meeting. That sounds like a pretty big benefit to the town in terms of conservation and protecting the environment. Adding housing also will provide more customers to the businesses in the area, the businesses that are walkable from this location. It also takes an ugly building, an ugly unused building, and puts something nice there. As Mr. Grant said, everyone has an opinion. I think the renderings we saw tonight look great. I think they very clearly fit with the existing structures there. And I see this as a great improvement to the area and to the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Another hand on Zoom is from Bob Carroll.
Hi, can the board hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
To the applicant through the board, I saw that you had added to the PowerPoint the sustainability slide. Thank you for doing that. I had brought this up last time, so it was good to see that in there. I look forward to the details in the submittals and architectural and engineering diagrams. Just one question on that. You did mention charging stations. So how many charging stations and what were the configuration and the placement of those? I couldn't see that on any of the diagrams. That would be for EVs.
Gene, we had 30 some charging stations, I believe. I don't have that right in front of me.
That's correct.
I think it was close to 40.
Yeah.
Okay, so those will show up on print somewhere, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the other point that I brought up and was asking, I know you had mentioned that, the roof, asphalt shingles and solar panel ready. Why not solar panels now?
We're exploring solar panels currently.
Okay, all right. So that would definitely be a benefit as far as sustainability. And then one other point after this evening. Notice, walking through all the amenities and the first floor, and I'm just curious, I get the affordable units at 25%, that's a no-brainer, right? And that's great for the town. But seeing the layout and, like I said, the amenities, what's the target rents for the other units? Surely someone's done some, ROI and financial analysis and has got some target rentals.
Market rates tend to be somewhere around $3 a foot. So we certainly are a ways away from setting what the pricing will be, but plus or minus that by a reasonable percentage is probably likely.
And how many square feet are the units?
I don't
I
have
mean, the
the,
smaller ones, it's like 3,000, 1,000, 1,200 square feet.
there are studios that are probably quite a bit smaller than that.
Just
Right,
give it
so-
some.
The efficiencies are around 650. The one bedrooms are around 750, and the two bedrooms are around 950. I mean, but they get larger and smaller as you go
Right,
around the.
so again,
building.
just kind of hitting the sweet spot here. We're talking 2-bedroom, 3,000 a month, and then would there be homeowner fees on top of that or other fees?
Generally, the rental includes everything. So we're not suggesting they're going to be $3 a foot. I'm just saying roughly where market rates are.
Right. So that all in, we're talking $3,000 a month, right? So that's, roughly 40K a year for housing costs, just housing for a 2-bedroom. So aside from the affordable units, right? It is what it is.
That's basically what the market is.
Right. So when we say, police officers and teachers and, yes, granted, the affordable units are for them, but then all the other units, right? They are what they are. So that's where the trade-off and the analysis needs to be, right? Is it worth the 25 units for all the rest of this?
From my seat, just to say out loud, I'll say generally when you have areas that stagnate in building housing, you're going to have market rates that continue to go up. When you build more housing, market rates will reduce and increase in, the inflation value of the market rates will go down. Generally, you don't see the actual values go lower unless there's no demand for them. So building more does help everyone be able to afford housing. So, market rates are market rates. That's what they are.
Right. And granted, the site as it sits, right, with the highway department leaving, it is an eyesore, right? And this is definitely, better than that. But again, I would just temper, when we're saying about the affordability aspect, yes, for the 25 units, but not necessarily for all of this.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
It's actually 31 units, not 25. It's 25%.
25%. Yeah, 31.
31 units.
Right.
All right,
Thanks.
let me take a moment. We've been taking comments from Zoom. Is there anybody in the room who would like to comment? Andy? I've got a few more hands on Zoom, so we'll get back. We'll try to make sure we get to everybody.
Evening, everybody. Andy Jefferson, 31 Weston Street, member of the Select Board, but speaking on behalf of myself. I did want to point out that I think it's worth clarifying the statement that while no, the Select Board has not voted on any changes, that we're currently awaiting confirmation from Town Council that would even be required. It's not a really simple yes or no or anything. That's up to us to decide. So
Even if it's not required, you could endorse it.
we could, again, speaking on behalf of myself, I would think a 3-2 vote to extend the purchase and sale indicates that we endorse the project. And there's a majority vote there. And if we're going to get technical, even though it was a 3-2 and that's the black and white of it, I believe it truly would have been a 4-1 vote in favor had we increase the timeline on the permitting process and everything that went along with it. That seemed to be the major concern of one member who voted against extending the PNS. So truly, in my mind, if we're discussing it openly, I think it was a 4-1 vote in majority, and to me that shows support for the project. Beyond that, I just wanted to thank everybody involved, the developer and the planning board. I think this has been a great process. I appreciate how open you've been to town feedback and resident feedback. You've been very accommodating. Every time I see an updated rendering, I like this building more and more. So thank you all.
Thank you, Andy. Someone else from the room?
Bill Nicholson, 33 North Street, and also chair of the Historic District Commission. So I don't have any problem with there being something built there, and we all know that the current DPW building is an eyesore. But my problem personally is the building is so huge, it's massive, and it's 5 stories high. Now the special permit that was granted, what is the height limitation?
It's only 4 stories.
Well, when you consider the top of the roof, it's 5 stories. I mean, according to your.
It's only a 4-story building, sir. It only has 4 floors.
4 floors, but not with a flat roof.
We're within all the height restrictions for the zone.
The zoning.
55 feet to the midpoint of the roof is the restriction, right? Fiona?
This gentleman just said 55 feet to the
midpoint of the roof. Fiona, can you answer that for him?
Yeah, the building is 4 stories, and that's what's allowed in the zone. The way that building height is defined and measured in the bylaw, they comply. So it's the mean.
So a 55-foot tall building is acceptable in this location?
Yes.
Even though nothing else in the center of Grafton is even close to that.
Yes, the zoning that the town meeting voted on in 2020, in June 2020, town meeting voted zoning for this particular area, this particular zone. The town meeting voted to allow a 4-story building at a maximum density of 20 units per acre. And that sort of set the limit for the scale of what could be built here.
I thought I heard a 50 foot though thrown around. It's actually 55 feet is what we're allowing. I mean, this building's 55 feet, so.
We're designed to conform, so we're not looking for any waivers for dimensions.
And what about if it turns out the building's built and, it's 59 feet or it's 60 feet? Is there any enforcement, anything that we can do?
Yeah.
A building permit would not be issued for something larger than what's been approved.
And if there was a mistake made in the field, then it would need to be rectified.
We'd be liable to fix it.
Yep.
Well, we have to submit drawings that have all the exact dimensions, and your building inspector comes out and checks that during the construction process. So you can't build anything beyond the dimensions or they close your job site down.
We're within a half an inch.
That's why we have construction documents that are stamped by architects and approved by the city.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do projects this big get inspected by the local building inspector? I know that, like on some of the big projects like the school, the high school, I was told that it's an outside thing.
Yes, I don't want to be the final say on it, but I think larger scale projects such as this do go out for third party review, but the building inspector and the building department are kept abreast of those updates. I mean, they're kind of a smaller department, so.
I can help with that. We have third-party inspectors, and we provide all the documentation to the building inspector as we go through the process with the architects and engineers. All of our documentation is given over to the building department, so they see every third-party inspection as it happens throughout the process.
All right. John?
John Stevens, 17 Millbury Street. I'm a member of the Historic District Commission. There was a question regarding why this building is historic. and they didn't feel like it was old enough. Mass Historical Commission sets 50 years as the threshold for a building to be historic, and people think that's pretty new, but that's what their standard is, and this building exceeds that by depending on the date you choose by at least 20 to 25 years. So that's where that designation comes from, is at the 50 years is the minimum.
Okay, so still have some hands here on Zoom, and go to one that has not previously spoken, and that would be Matt. And it is getting late, so I would kind of like to wrap this up.
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'll be quick, and I will not reiterate anything that's been said. I wanted to address the commentary about the unit configuration. In the housing production plan that was just done, it was mentioned that the number of non-family households is increasing at a significant rate, and so along with that, we have a growing need for smaller configurations in terms of the number of bedrooms. So studios, 1s and 2s. I also like to see 3 bedrooms because I like to see opportunities for families to be able to move into Grafton. But I just wanted to note that it is an important and growing need in Grafton for the smaller unit configurations. Thank you. And also, I guess I will just echo Andy's commentary. I really appreciate the responsiveness of the developer to the concerns that have been brought up. And I really think this is a very attractive development at this point. So I thank them for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I have 3 hands on Zoom from people who have previously spoken. If you do want to say something more, please be as brief and non-repetitive as possible, or lower your hand if you don't actually have anything more that you want to say. Craig Poehler.
He lowered his hand.
Ann Foley.
Yep, just a clarifying statement. I did answer the question posed by Mr. Poehler that in fact that as a select board member, we did not vote on a change in the scope of the project. That was just plain and simple. And then just speaking as myself, Anne Marie Foley, 45 South Street, I just wanted actually to thank you also to the residents who I think have helped move this project along, in addition to, compromise on the developer's part. So I just wanted to note both of those. I also wanted to just highlight Mr. McCusker's comments, and I think it is important for me that the board consider codifying with the decision that the affordable units are included in SHI, moving forward. I was very disappointed to hear that Pleasant Street, those are in fact not being included in our SHI, and particularly after, all that we went through with that particular site. So I do agree with Mr. McCusker, and I would like the board to strongly consider that there is some sort of provision or verbiage that's included to ensure that that occurs in this case. And just lastly, just thanking Mr. Carroll for his comments, and I completely agree. I do have some concerns about Mr. Wood's assertion in terms of the market rates and how they may or may not change. And I, in fact, just wanted, just to of note, the fact that GSX potentially might have 2 potential very large rental properties, in our town, could in fact affect market prices in a different way. So it's all speculation, and I just think that we all need to be cognizant of that. And I appreciate Mr. Carroll bringing up the fact that speaking about this entire project in terms of affordability for various factions of our town isn't always necessarily how some people present it. Thank you.
All right. Mr. McCusker.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just respond to one point of clarification that the Pleasant Street unit, this project, it's really not anything we need to get into, but the Pleasant Street units are on the SHI currently. They weren't counted toward the 2-year safe harbor safeguard. So they're on the SHI. Just to make that clear.
I don't.
Yeah, so Fiona just beat me to one of the 2 points I was going to make. But the more important point is I keep hearing this discussion of the select board and what the select board opined or endorsed or what have you. Our bylaw helps us a lot here in section 1.5.6. Okay, the bylaw in 156 discusses the fact that the planning board sends, a development like this to various boards for comment. And the bylaw is pretty clear. Failure to report, this is being report back. So the select board are expected to report back to the planning board. Failure to report shall be deemed to be lack of opposition thereto. Okay, so the select board had 35 days to respond to this proposal. As far as I can see, looking at the record, they did not. So the bylaw is clear. It's not will, it's a shall be deemed to be lack of opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Ed?
Yeah, not to repeat what Bill and Fiona just said. It seems like there's a lot of misinformation or lack of information and maybe some ignorance about what constitutes affordable housing. The more units you build, the more affordable housing becomes. We are presently in Massachusetts. We need to come up with 800,000 units by the year 2030, which for planning purposes, for those of you who know how long these developments take, is really right around the corner. 800,000 units to meet demand for our kids and for our seniors. For those of you who are not yet seniors, you're going to be pretty soon. And this is what we're facing. And you need to be forward thinking with this and understand that where you can make sacrifices as a community, worry less about traffic, worry less about sidewalk sizes, and put units in places where density makes sense. This is what you need to do. Go read about it. Go Google it. Supply and demand in housing. This is what we're dealing with. It's a lack of supply. So the more units you can put on a vacant lot like this, the better.
I wonder, Ed, how Grafton is doing compared to all the other communities on this, providing more.
We're subpar, but everybody's subpar.
I don't. What? Say that again.
I said we're subpar, but everybody is subpar. For instance, we're in safe harbor because there are enough units that are being considered to be permitted. But as you have probably seen, Bob, over the course of the past 10 years, the developments, they come and they go. They get to proposal stages. Shovels never meet the dirt. And if you don't build more housing, and we are presently still about 350 units away from meeting the SHI requirement as far as units that are actually, people are already living in them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we've got a long way to go.
Yep.
And even if we didn't have a long way to go, the measurement that you're looking for as a larger community in terms of Worcester County is the fact that we are still one of the least affordable, most competitive rental markets in the entire country. Not in New England, not in the Eastern Seaboard, in the entire country.
Yeah.
So we each need to do what we can to make sure that our most vulnerable populations, and that includes young people, seniors, and people in life transition, have a place to live that they can afford.
No.
That's what we're trying to do here.
No, I understand that, and going all the way back to when 40B started being an issue, our numbers were so low that I didn't dream of a way that we'd ever get to the 10%, and we're bouncing around there. And what I'm saying, though, or asking is, it seems to me that Grafton is doing a heck of a lot, and I think I suspect it turns out that Grafton is doing sort of in the upper tier of the towns hereabouts in terms of adding, particularly affordable housing, but housing in general. I know
Bob, I
that
would respectfully disagree with you. I
Okay.
think that we're not nearly doing enough. I think we're talking a
No,
lot
I
about
didn't
it.
see enough. I said compared to the others.
Yeah, but
How are we
that's
doing versus how are other communities doing? And
well, let me tell you what other communities are doing. Other communities are filing lawsuits to prevent housing developments from going up in vacant parking lots. That's what other communities are doing. I don't want to be that community. I want to be the community that provides for its own.
but you reinforce my point that
Mm.
development's not happening there, and it is happening here. We've passed I don't know how many different zoning changes to help. So I think Grafton is doing quite well.
No, I think when people start moving into these units, we'll be doing well. I think you've had 4 public hearings on something that could have been handled with 2. I think the more public hearings you have about this, the longer and more expensive this becomes, and this drives up housing costs. And that's what I would like you to understand, is there was really no reason for the last couple months of this. I think this could have been done in a meeting and gotten over with, and I think that increased the cost of this development, which in turn gets passed on to the people who are going to rent. And again, those are your teachers, cops, and firefighters. So we could be doing much, much more and much, much better.
Thank you, Ed. Let me move on to one more hand on Zoom, and I've got a planning board member who has been patiently waiting to chime in here. Dan, if you can be brief.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out in the Affordable Housing Trust agreement with GSX, the units are required to be permanently affordable. So if they were ever to not be, they would at least be in violation of that agreement. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what exactly the consequences of that would be, but it would be, that's at least one thing requiring that it be permanent. Thank you.
Okay, Andrea, you've been patiently waiting with your hand up.
Oh, I just wanted to congratulate all of us. We're in a safe harbor, and I'm glad to hear it now. I've been asking for those numbers since the state was supposed to get back to us on August 16th. So congratulations, everyone. Glad we're here. And to Dave's point, I think we'll be at 18% if we pass all of this. So we're doing our job. I'm really proud of all of it.
Yep, and on that particular point, yes, if everything that we're now looking at ends up permanently on the SHI, we'll be well over our 10%, but we're not there yet. And having a project approved doesn't mean it's going to get built. Approving a project initially may get it onto the SHI. If it doesn't get built, it drops off again. So you can only really be comfortable counting that which has been built and people are living in. But yes, we are doing better than some communities around us, but there's no sort of number you can meet that says we've done enough. You can't calculate that. So, with all of that, Ed, your hand is still up. I don't know if no, thank you, Ed. With no more hands on Zoom, anybody else in the room wanting to make a comment? Anybody else on the board?
Mr. Chair, it's 11. It's really late, and I think we've got it covered.
Only 10:58:40.
I do have one very brief statement just to respond to Mr. Hassinger. Is the town has done a lot of zoning changes to support this kind of development, but until the town and boards in this town approve projects that meet those zoning changes, it's not really doing much. So that's why I feel that we need to approve well proposed and things that do meet the zoning that would apply.
Yeah, I don't say that not, but the critical thing, if you want to pursue more housing along the lines that Ed keeps talking about, the first thing is you have to have zoning that permits it. That's the hard thing to get, because only the people that are already here vote on it.
Yep.
And we've done a lot. We've gotten a lot more zoning passed than a lot of other.
Well, this is a good example, though. You've got the zoning pass, and here we are still.
Right. I think we've reached the end of what we can do productively this evening. Is there anything left that the board needs before we can close the hearing?
Oh, the drawings. The drawings that document all of this.
Yeah, the drawings for
I
sure.
think that the challenge with that is that right now we're in permit drawings. These drawings are simply for the permit. They're not we still have a construction design to go through, which we don't even start until we have an approved permit. So I think to fully document the design of the architectural features, you need the construction drawings. We don't permit construction drawings.
Well,
Those are things that we would condition to be provided for the board's review at another time. The building inspector reviews it. The state reviews it.
the decision for some of us hinges on some of those details. Want to be sure we're going to get them. I don't know whether a review of drawings down the road gives us that. So you got to work that out.
What do you mean you gotta work it out? You can't get them.
Who's yelling?
The question is, what more do we need? We have in the presentation that was given to us tonight, we have roughly the same thing that I've often seen in more traditional architectural drawings. I don't know what more is feasible to get at this stage of the game.
We feel like we've got the materials, the elevations, all very well memorialized. These plans are significantly past the point that they typically would be when we're at this stage. With an approval, I think, the brick, the siding,
Well, I guess tonight's slideshow does have call-outs with details.
And it has all that pointed out, and there is no.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Exhibit 91, revised architecturals.
Yeah.
And it's got a level of detail, if anything, similar to, but a little bit less detail than what was presented to us tonight. But that's something I think we see fairly. I've seen it certainly before. Well, it's just the style of presentation. Well, it's
fine.
So if we're good with that,
Mr. Chair, I have nothing else. I as I mentioned earlier, the loop's been closed with all the peer reviewers and other staff. I don't have any outstanding concerns. I've been talking to the applicant back and forth a lot to make sure that they are meeting the requirements. So I don't have anything.
so perhaps a motion would be in order to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Did I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, my computer decided to change its audio output. Moved and seconded, the hearing be closed and then be directed to draft a decision. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Wood?
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger?
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan?
Well, if I wanted to discuss, I can't. So it's a no from me.
Did you have some discussion on the motion before we vote on it?
Yeah, this is being rushed through. It's 11 o'clock. The meeting closes at 11. So all of a sudden at the last minute, we're going to just close the public discussion. I don't feel like we've answered everything. I think Bob still has the questions. I think we need to see the drawings. Every time we ask a question, it doesn't get answered. It's kind of half answered. So you're going to close it. I know you're going to close it. You planned this. This has been going on like this. You get to the end. We're going to push everything to the very end. It's fine. It's just a no from me.
Okay. Mr. Venkatraman?
Aye.
And Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion is carried, 4 in favor, 1 against. The public hearing is closed, and staff will get to work on a draft decision. The board will deliberate on the draft decision at the next meeting or whenever the decision becomes available.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience through all this and for your participation.
And it's more than 4 hours.
Yes. The only thing that I think the board needs to think about or to act on tonight is the question of zoning bylaw amendments for the fall town meeting.
We do have Mr. Mason here that did stick around.
We gotta wait.
Sorry.
Could you have your conversations outside, please? We've got business to do.
Okay, so there are two things on the topic of zoning bylaw amendments. One is the proposal to allow mixed-use buildings in the neighborhood business and community business zones. That, I think, we have what looks like maybe something that's ready to be submitted for the warrant. We've had several iterations of it. The board has had a chance to review. The other one, we need to decide what, if anything, we want to do is on the wireless. But let's talk about the mixed-use building. Any?
So, Mr. Chair, if I just a quick overview of how we got here. You know, a lot of businesses are requesting to for this allowance. The way that this is structured, I believe, you know, after talking with the building inspector, based on our conversations at the prior hearing, having teeing this up to cover our bases, make sure that we are in, you know, we're addressing parking, we're addressing definitions, etc. You know, we're trying to streamline the process for the board and for potential, you know, applicants who would like to take advantage of this. You know, what we're proposing hasn't changed from last week. I think my only thing after talking to the building inspector would be the usage of the term floor plate. I'm not sure what the original intention was of the consultant who wrote that. It's not something that can be defined in the building code. So, and it's not necessarily, you know, something that needs to be rectified immediately. It's already in the bylaw under VMU. But I want to highlight that this definition or providing a definition for floor plates specifically is not, you know, I've reached out to the consultant. They haven't given me a response as to what that could be. And my understanding is it can be a few different things. So if the board prefers one definition over the other, it wants to address floor plate later or not at all. I think what we're, you know,
aside from questions about the detailed wording, is the board generally in agreement that we would like to move forward with this? Again, it's focused specifically on in the neighborhood and community business zones, allowing a mixed-use building, that being commercial on the ground floor, possibly on a second floor, residential above that. It's not expanding village mixed use to these zones because it's not allowing any other forms of residentials. Giving businesses the flexibility as, for example, the building housing the country store was commercial on the first floor, it's got some offices on the second floor, and above that it's got some apartments. Mm-hmm. So that's the kind of thing that this is aimed at.
Yeah. We've always had uses like that, yes, even where not permitted. Yeah. You want to put it up?
This acts to make those fully legal, and it also, by allowing that, it allows a building owner to maybe make the building more affordable, maybe make some updates to the building by including residential on upper floor or two. And the total limit is in these zoning districts, the buildings are limited to 3 stories in height.
Okay. Do you need a vote?
Yeah, one thing that I just want to point out before you vote, I just after discussing with staff the recommendations that were proposed for the district's intents and purposes, I would recommend eliminating the use of the kind of small scale, co-located, synergistic kind of language. It's a bit, I think it sounds lovely, but I think from like purposes of interpreting on the building code, it's a little too flowery and you can't really point to anything. So I would just take it out, recommend taking it out and just putting mixed use building.
Fine.
Okay, that's
Do
it.
that. I so moved or whatever.
All right, Bob moves to place this on the warrant for the October town meeting. Is there a second?
As we've discussed.
With modified as we've discussed. Any discussion of the motion?
One question on that. So what happens in terms of parking here? Is it the same as in a residential unit versus the mixed residential property?
Yes,
Mr. Chair. So part of the recommendations, Prabhu, are updating the parking to include dwelling units in a mixed use building. So I have it here. It's following the kind of the standards for the VMU.
Yeah. So yeah, right. So yes, we thought of that when we were drafting this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And commercial, the commercial would default to the it's not listed here in this snippet, but the requirements that are in the bylaw under section 4.2 for commercial.
All other requirements still apply. The only thing by allowing residential units in a mixed use building, we needed to accommodate to specify the parking for that.
Yes.
Any other discussion?
No.
Hearing none. Mr. Wood.
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan. No, Andrea has left the meeting. Mr. Venkatraman.
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. The other topic, wireless, is it's rather more involved. Mr. Maxon has given us a lot of good feedback. I have a lot of notes on wireless that I haven't even begun to review that with respect to what Mr. Maxon has offered us. So my suggestion would be, as we did with the accessory dwelling units, is we don't need to do that in October. We've done just fine with wireless review projects under the current zoning. I don't feel any sense of urgency to change anything immediately, but this gives us a lot to work with to plan for May.
I'm not absolutely sure. Well, I must have read it, but I don't remember. I'm not absolutely sure after tonight that we really have to change anything. We require a special permit. We're just not allowed to deny it.
Well, there's,
roughly speaking.
yeah, I mean, for that particular aspect of it, yeah, I think, I've over the last couple of years made quite a number of notes myself on different things that I think need to be tweaked in our wireless bylaw. David here has quite a number of suggested changes as well.
If you're asking me to speak, I'd be happy to try to do that quickly. Yeah, let's face it, the bylaw is antiquated. It was written in, 1997, when assumptions about what cell towers were and cell sites were very different than they are today. So there are a number of things, some of them just niggling and some of them that are legal obstacles in your bylaw that you deal with every time you have an application. There are also some issues. I've raised one about setbacks. I think it's good to have a conversation about like the 300-foot setbacks, because there's an impact to that that's not just requiring people to look for large properties, but when I'm looking for alternatives, I have to be guided by that 300-foot setback. It's harder for me to find an alternative because of those giant setbacks. So it's features like that in the bylaw that make it crusty, rambling Model T. And there are little things we can do to maintain the kind of protection that you have in the town, but to streamline it and make it less cumbersome to hear an application and to get an applicant to go in the right direction even before they apply. So I think it's a good thing to look at updating the bylaw, but I also agree that by putting in the waiver language that you added a while back, that allowed you at least to deal with things that would have had to have been dimensional variances that you can now waive instead. But if people keep asking for waivers, then it's an indication that something's broken.
Yeah, I think it ultimately, by updating it, I think we will streamline things a little bit, reduce some confusion, reduce the need to even ask for a waiver. Antenna height, for example, that's seriously outdated. But
right.
There's a lot of detail there. We could, and I think we do want to look at how do we acknowledge and work with the eligible facilities requests. I really don't want to take a lot of time this evening.
Exactly.
I think this is something that we would best work on and plan to bring to the Maytown meeting.
That makes sense to me. Yeah. It's as long as you're not intending to abandon making the changes.
No.
At some point.
I mean, it's been on my list of things to do for a couple of years at least, and I put it on my list so that I won't forget it.
Yeah, and it's all food for thought. I mean, there are things in there where I'm just using my experience to point things out, and you don't have to take them. And if you do take them, you don't have to take them in the direction that I've pointed. But at least I'm highlighting some issues.
I for one, very appreciate your time, both in the notes you provided and the information that you gave us, as well as just being here tonight and staying to this late.
Thank you.
Since I was there for the antiquated drafting, and a good part of what's in there is probably my fault.
Well, at the time, it wasn't fault because it was based on best practices and best efforts at the time. So,
well, let's maybe our schedule will be a little less intense sometime between now and the spring.
I would hope so.
I said maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, just don't let so many things.
Yeah, the issue just to that is, and again, I just want to echo what Mr. Wood just said. Thank you for sticking around, David. I know that you are, but you did not have to do that, and we appreciate it. We obviously need to update this bylaw. It's been on our to-do list for a while now. We're hoping to do it in spring. Streamline this, but yeah, it's a little tough for us right now. We have a lot of complex projects in front of this board. We're trying to deal with town meeting deadlines and all sorts of other things all at the same time. We only meet every 2 weeks, and this is kind of what we've had to deal with. So I apologize for making you stay this late. But thank you.
Don't worry about that. I'm here to serve. So.
So I think I have a consensus of the board that we'll plan on doing our wireless update for the Maytown meeting. Which means we got to get started working on it pretty soon.
The plan is to move towards doing that.
Yes.
How are all 360 or whatever it is communities doing on adapting to the law, the new?
It's been a steady, at least for us, a steady trickle. I'm sure there are plenty of towns that still haven't become aware of the small cell issue and the eligible facilities request issue, but other towns have dealt with this. Burlington, Mass. Was the first town to adopt the small cell regulations, and they had a pretty creative approach where they small cells in the public way belong to select board, and small cells on private property belong to the zoning process. So they created a policy for the select board to adopt and a bylaw for the zoning, and then they created a design guide as a kind of regulation that both regulations refer to. So it's one design guide, but two different jurisdictions. Anyway, there's things like that to talk
Okay.
about as we go forward, and a lot of towns are doing that.
Do you want to pay bills?
Thank you.
The only other thing we need to do tonight is pay bills.
I move we approve payment of the bills.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we pay our bills. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Wood?
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger?
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman?
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously.
I move we adjourn.
Really quickly, sorry. This is gonna be ironic.
not debatable.
This is gonna be ironic because it's gonna extend the meeting, but I would like to put out there to the chair and whoever that we consider only having 2 public hearings per meeting. Tonight's third public hearing, the first member of the public spoke at about 10. And I think it's so late and it's very grueling for people and people tune out. I think with some of these longer meetings, you just see people drop off. People that were here went home and then spoke from Zoom. I mean, we're getting beyond the kind of endurance of the average person. So I don't know what the specific solution is, but I think one thing we could do is to have a limit of the public hearings, any number of public hearings, to one night, because this is the second time after 11 o'clock, and I think I'm less worried about us than I am about people disengaging because it's so late by the time their topic comes up.
That requires us to meet more often, because we need a certain number of hours to do it. I mean, there's no, we really, well, we should listen to everybody, and to a large degree, we have to listen to everybody. So, we have to spend the hours, and figure out where the hours come from. Come in earlier, don't stay later, meet every week, meet twice, I don't.
Yeah, if I may, just, it's challenging because an applicant will will submit their materials and try and get on the next applicable meeting. And then if that meeting is continued, they're often requesting to continue to the next. So, we're trying to
I get that, but
accommodate
there
for
could
that.
also be there's 2 slots, and so if those 2 slots are taken up, then you have to go to the following one, and so on. And I get that could slow certain things down for certain people, but
We cannot always do that.
We can't do
because
that.
There are also, the law places certain limits. We have to hold hearings within X number of days of when the application.
And make
is submitted.
decisions within.
We have a lot of constraints. I'll also say that our experience these last 2 meetings is unusual.
Yes.
There have been plenty of meetings where we've had 4, 5, or 6 hearings, and it took us only 2 hours. It's the subject matter, the level of interest in the public that sometimes drives these things late. And that's something over which we actually have relatively little control. I don't like late meetings either, but
In my
well,
sen-
maybe
again,
it's
it's
the
not
special. Maybe it's
normal.
having a special hearing like we did the one time for 1727 when we know there's a big crowd, so that it can kind of work its way out. But I don't know. I don't have the precise solution. I'm just pointing out that I think people will disengage if we have 4 and 5 hour meetings.
in my several years here, we haven't had that many that go past 11, period.
Even closing, 10:15, 10:20.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how well we were able to predict what we were gonna see, particularly on 1727, for turnout. In the past, there have been a few.
Thanks, Dave.
One word: chess clocks. 3 minutes per speaker.
I don't know, the First Amendment, I don't know.
The long slideshow gets 15 minutes. and
Congress
you
shall
cut 'em
make no law.
off. Good night.
Thank
you.
Good night.
See you next year.
See you. Thanks.
Would be.
Yeah.
Did we,
A motion to adjourn was made. It has
I
not
will
been
second it now.
Motion to adjourn, made and seconded. Mr. Wood?
Aye.
Mr. Hassinger?
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman?
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously.